Hello. Oh, 1 second. Hello. It's night time. It's sleepy time, but I want to stream because it is stream day. So hello. Let me move over to... Wait 1 sec. This is gonna look kind of weird. I'm moving around so much. Wait, hold on. Chatting. Here we are. Hi. It's sleepy time, so we're in this sleepy snail bed. Though my model keeps kind of doing stuff like the get down kimchi dance. Like if I put my glass of water in front of the camera, in front of my phone. Of course it doesn't do it when I'm trying to show y'all. But oh god. Okay, it's doing it now. Let me say hi to the Sluggies. Oh my god. I wish I could bring my phone a little... Oh, I can bring my phone a little closer. Okay. Just a little closer. Because I've set today's stream up to kind of be like... One sec. I've kind of set today's stream up to be like I've set up a little bed by stream today because I thought we could have a little cozy stream where we talk about the art of filmmaking and the people behind filmmaking. Because, well, I guess before I get ahead of myself, let me say hi to the Sluggies that are in chat. Again, test. I love that chat. I love that you were there before I even went live in the chat. Hello chat, hello there. I don't actually have my stream deck near me right now. So I'm just gonna say hello there in voice. Hello there. Hello Hydrus. Test indeed. Indeed, we have the testes, the ultimate testes. WSP. What does WSP stand for again? What is up? Is that what it means? Yes, hello Cha, hello. Hello Mimi, hello Hydras, lovely to see you. It's only 1:47, there's loads of the day left. I mean, I guess it depends what your time zone is. For me it's 1:40, well, for now like I'll stop yawning. Right now it's 1:50 AM. I actually just had like a big nap as well, so I don't know why I'm so tired. She's tucked in. I'm all snug as a bug in a rug, cause I am a bug. I'm a slug. I'm a slug bug. Excuse me, I pooped. I farted. She's tired. She's an EP now. I am a little EP, but I want to stream. I don't know what my hand's doing. I'm kind of like doing like the snap. Snap. But yeah, today, I want to do a stream dedicated to the real people behind filmmaking, because I believe it was yesterday was the Oscars. Wait, I just realized I never did a Good Me Morning post today. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Today was such a sleepy day for me. You know that Mimi's sleepy when she doesn't do a Good Me Morning post, because there isn't a morning. She just keeps sleeping. But yeah, what is my hand doing? Yesterday was the Oscars, seemingly. And to be honest, I was thinking about doing a watch along of the Oscars, but at the end of the day, I really don't like all the stuff involved with the not politics, but I don't know. I don't like the Oscars very much. I don't like everything involved with the Oscars. It feels like a very what's the word? What word am I trying to think of? It feels like it's just for show, if that makes sense. It doesn't really celebrate the artists behind filmmaking. And the thing that kind of sealed the deal of me not wanting to talk about the Oscars anymore was I saw that Jeff Keighley, who is a very respected person in the games industry, didn't even get a credit in the memoriam segment of the broadcast for their father, David Keighley, because I didn't know this, and that's what we're gonna start the stream with, because a lot of things, I'm still learning myself about films and filmmaking. Sorry, I don't know what my hands are doing. I think it's because I'm wearing a black shirt and my background is kind of dark, it's assuming that my body parts are part of the background. What we're going to start the stream with is talking about David Keighley, who apparently was the pioneer of IMAX, and his contributions to good quality in cinema. And I didn't know this. I didn't know that Jeff Keighley's father had such a prominent part to play in cinema. So I wanna this is an educational stream about positive things. I'm not dunking on the Oscars or anything like that. I just want to celebrate people. So what we're gonna talk about first, because I want to learn. Wait, hold on. What we're going to learn about first, who we're going to learn about first, most importantly, is David Keighley, Jeff Keighley's father. He passed away last year, and it's really strange to me that such a prominent name in the film industry hasn't been acknowledged in the Oscars, because I saw that Jeff tweeted that he was actually blocked after he tweeted about it by the people that run the Oscars. Imaginary technique hollow snail. What are you saying? Just like any award show, it feels fake and scripted. I mean, I guess it depends on the award show, honestly, but I always got a bad taste in my mouth from the Oscars. It always kind of just rubbed me the wrong way. It's kind of hard to explain why, but I did see an article that IMAX specifically wrote about David Keeley that I thought we could read through. It's quite a nice obituary, and I thought we could read through this together. Because again, I'm obviously not like an expert about like cinema, you know, but I want to learn, and I want to educate myself where I can. And as I didn't know who David Keeley was until yesterday, I want to dedicate a little bit of my time to learning about this person. Okay, let's see. And again, I thought this could just be like a nice, positive, cozy stream. Oops. I'm trying to think of where to put my glass of water where it's gonna be safe. Okay. Because I always get scared I'm gonna knock it over. Hi Robert, hello there. I'm doing good, thank you. I'm actually cozy in bed right now. Well, in a bed that I've set up by my desk. Oops. Okay. Right, let's have a little read. So again, this is an obituary for David Keeley. I just want to talk about his life and his contributions. I don't want to focus as much on his passing because it's not very. I'm sure if Jeff was to read this, it wouldn't be very nice. Like if Jeff was to pass and see that someone's talking about his father, he wouldn't. If he was to pass by and see that someone's talking about his father, he wouldn't be like super happy to see that they're talking about his father's death. I want to focus on like his like contributions to cinema. Let me move this a little closer. Oh! Whoops. Everything's just falling over, man. This happens when I try to set up a cozy stream. Okay. David Keeley, pioneer of large format cinema and key force behind IMAX's global rise, dies at 77. Los Angeles, CA David Keeley, a long-tenured champion of the IMAX experience and a beloved pioneer in film presentation, has passed away at the age of 77. One of IMAX's most beloved employees, the industry icon, was the long-time steward of IMAX's unmatched image and sound quality. For the last 15 years, he served as IMAX's first ever Chief Quality Officer, rounding out several decades of work with the company. He oversaw post-production for more than 500 IMAX films, ranging from cutting-edge blockbusters to pioneering nature documentaries, and was a trusted partner to some of the world's most lauded filmmakers, including Christopher Nolan. Throughout his work, Keeley embodied the principle that presentation matters as much as content. He was intensely driven to ensure every audience could experience films with the highest possible fidelity, and his meticulous attention to detail often saw him flying to IMAX screenings around the world to personally check on projection quality. Wow, that's really commendable. We are deeply saddened by the passing of our dear friend David, a treasured member of the IMAX family for more than 50 years. 50 years is insane, said IMAX CEO Rich Gelfond. David was as close to the human embodiment of IMAX as there has ever been, relentless in his drive to deliver awe-inspiring images to audiences around the globe. He was incredibly energized and proud of his work on the upcoming The Odyssey, completing his review of the dailies just days before his death in a bittersweet but fitting capstone to a remarkable career. We extend our deepest condolences to David's wife, Patricia, and his family in our enduring gratitude to David for everything he's done for IMAX and the art of filmmaking. Keeley first entered the giant screen industry in 1972, alongside his wife and business partner Patricia. Inspired by their experience watching IMAX's North of Superior, the newlyweds founded large-format post-production company David Keeley Productions. In 1972, the Keeleys co-directed the IMAX film Catch the Sun. 1 second, I'm gonna make the text a little bigger because my eyes are really bad. I have to wear glasses. In 1972, the Keeleys co-directed the IMAX film Catch the Sun. They quickly formed a lasting partnership with IMAX, working on every one of the company's releases thereafter. For decades, no IMAX film print left the lab without Keeley's personal approval. Nice. In 1988, DKP 70mm was acquired by IMAX, and both Keeleys formally joined its team. Keeley's exacting work became the backbone of IMAX's reputation for technical excellence, helping grow the company from a niche short film format to a global leader in premium cinema experiences. At the IMAX offices in Los Angeles, the company's premier theatre is named the David Keeley Theatre, dedicated in a ceremony by Christopher Nolan in 2015. Just 3 weeks ago, Keeley completed work reviewing the dailies for Christopher Nolan's upcoming The Odyssey, which will be the first theatrical release ever shot entirely with IMAX film cameras. Beyond his dogged commitment to excellence, Keeley was revered throughout the industry and among cinema fans nationwide for his kindness, humour, and generosity. His email address appears in the credits of all films released in IMAX, and he tirelessly offered warm, detailed response for fans from around the world who reached out with concerns or questions. That's so sick. Holy crap. That's amazing. I love seeing when, people become, such known names, and so, they become, such known names, but they don't forget where they came from. They don't ignore people that others would class as lower than them. Because some celebrities would they treat people who watch them like they're fans, or people interested in what they do as just commoners, or they can ignore them entirely. But I love to see when people like celebrities, or I don't like using the word celebrities because it makes it sound all glitzy. When someone like this, such a revered professional in the industry, acknowledges those around them from all walks of life, it makes me really happy, because it's very human. Keeley was a member of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences and a participant in its Science and Technology Awards Committee. He was a member of the American Society of Cinematographers, ASC, a life fellow of the SMPTE, and a recipient of its Herbert T. Kalmus Gold Medal for Outstanding Achievement in Color Motion Pictures. He received the Giant Screen Theatre Association's inaugural Special Achievement in Film Award, and he is later honoured alongside his wife with the organisation's Outstanding Achievement Award in recognition for their lasting impact on the industry. Keeley is survived by his wife Patricia, 3 children, Jeff, Chris, and Jennifer, and 2 grandchildren, Sam and Eli. And here we have some tributes to David. I'm just gonna drink some water. The rabble? What does that mean? David Keeley was my friend and IMAX mentor for over 20 years. His expertise and collaborative spirit put IMAX cameras into my hands for the first time, and it opened Hollywood's eyes to the power of the format, starting with The Dark Knight. His keen eye and uncompromising standards meant that audiences were treated to the best possible experience of our films, a massive part of their impact. When a decade ago, photochemical film faced an existential threat, David brought it to our attention, just in time to rally filmmakers and studios and ensure continued production. No filmmaker would be able to shoot or screen film of any format today if not for David Keeley. Our entire industry owes him a massive debt. The last film he completed work was on Ryan Coogler's Sinners. Did he work on that? That's crazy. That's amazing. And while it breaks my heart to know that we will not be finishing the Odyssey together, I take comfort knowing that he personally supervised the processing and printing of everything we shot. I miss him as a collaborator and as a friend. Rebel is like the commoners or peasants. I see, yeah. I appreciate when people that are like such known names and professionals in a company or industry treat everyone with equality and respect, no matter like where they come from or what walks of life they come from. If they talk to said like if anyone talks to this person, they respond, no matter who they are, and I appreciate that. Your voice is very cute, Mimi. Thank you, Incognito. I'll probably sound a little sleepy, because, like I said, I set up a little bed by my desk, and we're just chilling. We're killing. I'm just gonna move things a little so I can see the screen a bit better while I'm lit down. So Christopher Nolan said this tribute, very nice tribute. I also want to look up, after this, I want to look, because I was doing a little bit of research before the stream, and I saw that there's some videos on YouTube with like interviews with David Keeley, and him there's like a tour of like David Keeley like giving like a tour of like an IMAX cinema and stuff like that. I'd like to watch. I'm also interested to look into photochemical film, because I don't know what that means, but I want to learn. When a decade ago photochemical film faced an existential threat, I'm interested what that means. Okay, next tribute. I remember so vividly working closely with David on many projects starting over 25 years ago when I started exploring digital 3D for IMAX. He was a strong ally and a true believer in creating the ultimate cinema experience for audiences around the world. He will be deeply missed. James Cameron. Some people are irreplaceable. David Keeley is one of them. Cinema is mourning one of its most brilliant technical masters. My sincere condolences to his family. Denis Villeneuve. I'm so sorry if I'm not saying that correctly. David Keeley was the IMAX contact for me from before Apocalypse Now and a major loss for cinema. IMAX and us all, my condolences. Francis Ford Coppola. I met David Keeley on recommendation from Chris Nolan. Chris called me after weekend approval to shoot an IMAX for Sinners to make sure that David was point on all of our large format quality control. It was clear from that conversation that David meant the world to Chris. I immediately spoke with our DP Autumn Arkapaw and discovered that David had already been reviewing every frame of our test footage and had been writing detailed reports even before we were officially greenlit. He was already looking after our film. That's so sweet. I love that. That's crazy. David was amazing. Seeing him and his wife Patricia became my favourite part of every IMAX review screening. He was clearly a genius, having over 53 years of experience with the most advanced image capturing system in the world, but he also adored his craft. He took me and my crew on countless tours of the projection booths at IMAX headquarters. No question was too big or small. You can find him on TikTok showing influencers some of these same tours as our press tour for Sinners ramped up. He was full of so much excitement and energy and moved briskly through the IMAX halls, often leaving me out of breath trying to keep up with him. I'll miss our talks about the science of film exposure, as well as hearing his stories about falling in love with the format as a young man in Canada. I'll miss his tours, and I'll miss hearing his call-outs and our quality control reviews. Anyone who's ever had their mind blown by the images in an IMAX theatrical presentation has David to thank for it. It's on us now, both filmmakers and filmgoers, to keep the format alive and pushing forward as he intended. Ryan Coogler. Okay, well, now I just want to look at these videos I was telling y'all about. YouTube. Okay. David Keeley. It's so sweet how how clearly and invested he was in his craft. I'm just gonna turn down the volume of the music a touch. I love cinema history with Mimi. It's been a while since we've done anything like this, but it's nice. I think the last time we did something like this was when I did my presentation about the history of animatronics for y'all. And that was a while ago, so this feels nice. Okay. Let's see. I saw there was a 30-minute video that was an interview with him. Chris Dodd, David Keeley, Patricia Keeley on technology and filmmaking. Wait, one sec. I don't want to get in trouble for viewing this. Because I remember something where a year ago, I watched that one guy's videos who hunts ghosts in his house using his Xbox Kinect. And I watched his videos, and then my streams all got blocked. I mean, I think it should be fine. Let me just check the description. Okay, should be fine. Does have subtitles?
We developed a format that was...
Sorry, I just want to see if there's subtitles. Oh wait, there's literally subtitles. I'm so dumb. It literally had subtitles, and I wanted to see if it had subtitles. I'm so...
We developed a format that was 9 times bigger than 35 millimeter, and it really kind of blew the industry away. And that camera, which is still being used today, is being used as we speak this day by Christopher Nolan, and he's shooting with that camera, which is still the gold standard.
He is the executive vice president as well as the chief quality officer for IMAX, and has been involved in post-production for IMAX films, including Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises, and Dunkirk.
I don't know if I've
Moving
seen the
images
Dark Knight
recently
Rises, but I
at a conversation
want to see the
with
Dark
David
Knight
Keeley.
again, because
Yes, Harry Met Sally is not something that is really for the IMAX venues, because they tend to be big, spectacular images, and We repurpose the picture because, of course, we have a higher, dynamic range and higher brightness. And we have our DMR technology that degrains and sharpens. We also remix the sound into our proprietary sound. We have a new 12-channel sound system. So it's always about trying to make the movie the best experience possible and being consistent in those 1,100 theaters around the world. We have a knock center that interfaces, with every theater, and so we theoretically know exactly what's happening in those theaters. Other thing that we do is we're very appreciative of input from customers, and we have a card at the end of every movie saying this has been enhanced by IMAX. If you have any problem, with the images or the experience, please contact cqo@imax.com. That's me, and I sit. And when do people?
Yeah, that's what it said in the article here. Where is it? Yeah, it has. That's so. I love that. That's his email address. That's amazing. I love that.
Go to movies.
I'll go back
CQO. If you have any problem, with the images or the experience, please contact cqo@imax.com. That's me.
I love
and
that.
I sit. And when do people go to movies? Fridays and Saturdays. So what do I do on the Fridays and Saturdays? I'm scanning my email pretty well constantly, and I'm getting back to people almost instantly. And no matter how distressed they are of some experience, it could have been too much popcorn on the floor or an angry audience member, I answer them right away, basically. I pride myself in that. And that just, they can't believe that somebody actually answered their questions. And so that's IMAX's commitment to quality around the world, to listening to the customers. And sometimes they've got, really good points, something we might have missed. And they're so appreciative that it's not a boilerplate answer, we'll get back to you Monday. If you get back on to them on the weekend, they're your friend for life. They're going to come back.
Like he just wants to make nice connections with the people around him and be friendly and nice, and I love that. I know these are very generic terms, but
we have home theaters we're developing, 4K home theaters. I think there's a place for everything. Technology has evolved to the point where, if you want to see it on your iPhone, you can, and I'm not sure I really want to do that, but quite frankly, I'm sending some images. I can get an iPhone. I have a gentleman, a filmmaker shooting in IMAX as we speak, going through the Rocky Mountains right now. He shoots a thing, we scan it, and guess what? He's sitting at home. Before he gets the high resolution version, he can see whether it's framed properly and he really got the shot. I can send it. I sat home last night watching IMAX dailies on my iPhone. People say, oh my God, that's heresy. Well, it kind of is, but for instant knowing you got it, not that it's really sharp, not that it's got the greatest dynamic range, but did you get the shot? And then we've probably looked at it in 35 or IMAX. I'll tell them that. They'll eventually get it, but for instant, gratification, which we all kind of seem to need today, especially the younger filmmakers, I can give it to them right away. And that was so cool because you just couldn't do that 20 years ago. So there's a real melding of the new technology with the old technology, but since it was shot in IMAX, I guarantee you there isn't a digital camera in the world that's going to get those images as good as you can get in an IMAX frame. Because it's literally 12K, that's full bandwidth, red, green, and blue, by 18K, and there's nothing that'll touch that.
I love how passionate he is when he talks about the specifics of the technical side of it.
It's not just about resolution, it's about dynamic range, it's about bit depth, all that kind of thing. And we're still related back to film. And of course, the other great thing about film is its longevity. You put it in a can in a reasonable air-conditioned environment, or just in your house, basically, and you come back 50 years later, it's still there. It's 11 times more expensive to archive digitally than it is on film. And it's amazing how many people don't know that. It's important to remember where we came from and simply in your house, basically, its longevity. You put it in a can in a reasonable air-conditioned environment, or just in your house, basically, and you come back 50 years later, it's still there. It's 11 times more expensive to archive digitally than it is on film. And it's amazing how many people don't know that. it's important to remember where we came from, and SMPTE was so important in developing the standards with, Edison and George Eastman. Like, I think, how wide should it be? And they said this, and that became 35 millimeter. But, SMPTE codified that for everybody. And, the pitch, 1866 for negative 1870 for print, that's very important. But, we built on film, and digital enables us to fix a lot of things we could never fix. But if you don't keep film, as I said before, it's 11 times more expensive. It's going to be very difficult to keep all these images, all these great things that are shot by Showtime and Netflix or whatever. Yes, it's on the cloud, but I really worry that some of these great television shows,
the cloud.
If you look at All in the Family, it was only captured on tape, and look at that at 16:9 today. And look at it looks terrible. Look at I Love Lucy. It looks great. 3-camera, remember Desilu? He's the guy who invented that. And so I think that some of these great television shows, although they'll never see theatrical release, if they're not put on film, those producers, their great-grandchildren will never see that. But they'll see I Love Lucy. And I think you got to remember that.
Arrow jump scare. Wish I'd stop doing ads for Prime Hug. I might switch to because I'm on incognito mode right now. Just because, I don't like when my history flashes up on the screen. But I might switch back to my account just so, my ad blocker can work, because I hate ads so much.
The people in this business are great on the show side of it, not so good on the business side. And I can't really explain it, but I'm always sort of stunned that I'll talk to audiences who are involved in the business and have been all their lives, and recite to them the statistics about the number of jobs, the wages, the balance of trade issues, and so forth. And I'll get through this litany, and the usual reaction is, really?
He was a United States Senator from Connecticut for 30 years, was the chairman and chief executive officer of the Motion Picture Association of America, and helped Hollywood open up a rapidly growing Chinese market for film. Moving Images recently sat down with Chris Dodd.
I'm surprised that more people don't know, even in the business, how incredibly significant it is, how 60, 90...
You don't know my history. Listen, it's not like I've searched anything weird on YouTube. I don't remember exactly when I searched, so I don't know what's gonna come up. I remember seeing Gravity in IMAX, and it was an experience. Yeah, whenever I've watched movies and the screen is really big and wide, and the seats are real deep, and I'm I feel the surround sound makes it for me, because it really brings me into when I went to go see Markiplier's movie Iron Lung, the surround sound was really bad, not gonna lie, and it really it really took me out of the experience. I found it kind of hard to be immersed. The screen wasn't super wide at all. And I was the surround sound was pretty bad, so that's why IMAX is so important. The screen is super wide and slightly curved to draw you in, and the seats are deeper to give a more comforting experience. And the surround sound, my favorite part of a movie, or at least one of the biggest parts of a movie for me is the soundtrack and the sound design. I actually really want to watch, there's this movie that came out recently called, it's basically an ASMR movie, and it's a horror ASMR movie called Undertone, I think it's called, and I've seen people talk about how the audio is terrifying, and I really want to listen to it. I wish I could see that in IMAX, but I don't know if I can. Okay, sorry, let's watch the
6%.
Recently sat down with Chris Dodd.
I'm surprised that more people don't know, even in the business, how incredibly significant it is, how 60, 96% or more of the workforce are below the line, as we say in the business. These are people who are never going to walk a red carpet, never going to be on the cover of People magazine. They're the electricians and the carpenters, the makeup people, the truck drivers, the plumbers, that take a shower at the end of the day. And
this is why I always say, like, y'all, let's, like, make sure you stay for the credits. I hate when people leave at the end of a movie and they don't watch the credits, because the reason why the movie that you just watched exists is because of all the hardworking people in the credits. Like the majority of the people who, like this guy said, like, what do you say, like 60-90% of the people, 60-96% of the workforce, like they're not people that are going to be on like magazines. They're not like part of like the glitz and glam of Hollywood. They're just people that are like passionate about the craft of filmmaking behind the scenes. And that's why it's just important to me that, you know, you stay for the credits, even if it's just to see their name flash by once, or to just read the names around them, or just to stay and appreciate them for a second. It doesn't take much effort to just sit and read.
% or more of the workforce are below the line, as we say in the business. These are people who are never going to walk a red carpet, never going to be on the cover of People magazine. They're the electricians and the carpenters, the makeup people, the truck drivers, the plumbers, that take a shower at the end of the day. And these are great jobs. 2 million of them every morning get up in this country in 50 states and go to work in film and television. And the average salary is about $92,000 a year. Good pensions, good health care. About $50 billion in wages we pay out. About 89,000 small businesses in this country depend upon the film and television industry. 16 billion we bring back to the country in balance of trade. We do better than agriculture, aerospace, or automobiles in countries where we compete. And yet these statistics seem to be ignored, or people are unaware of them. So I talk about them all the time to people, how important the industry is. I've been trying to get the industry to put one line up in the beginning of each film and put it on the screen for less than 5 seconds. And all it says is, the 5,000 people or 500 people who made this film, thank you for coming to see their art.
Aww.
That's all. Just to remind audiences how labor intensive a business it is to make a TV show or to make a film.
I don't think I've seen a film that does that at the start of a film, though. I only ever see that at the end.
10 years ago, total revenues in China were about $120 million. Last year, it hovered around $7 billion. We do about $10 billion worth of business in the United States,
if it was at the start,
and about 27, close to 28 billion worldwide. So you get a sense, about 75% or more of the revenues now are coming offshore. And clearly China, if it continues on the pace it's going, will be the single largest box office market in the world. They're building 20 to 22 screens a day, going up new. They'll get to about 60,000 before long. They're getting really good at their domestic production. So it isn't just a question of bringing our films in. They're actually getting much more sophisticated, and that has happened overnight. And look, I think it's terrific. I wish every country would protect and be jealous about its ability to create great films and great television programming. You build an audience, that's a chance I'm going to have access to that audience. And so it helps my companies immeasurably. Today there's a lot of co-production. There are no limitations on the quotas in China if you have a legitimately co-production product that's available. And I think talent and ideas, today you're watching these films are not just US-centric in their storytelling, they're becoming far more international in their themes and subject matters, which is appealing to a larger audience all the time. The emergence of platforms that you and I wouldn't have even imagined them a few years ago. We're not talking decades ago. Today, audiences in remote parts of the world, with the digitization of the industry, are going to be able to watch and see programming they couldn't have even thought about seeing 5 years ago. So this is exploding with all new content creators emerging in the business, people who are just technology companies, now not only technology companies, but content creators as well. That's just fantastic what's occurring. We're living really in the golden age, an unimaginable age.
Again, I think after this documentary I'm going to switch back to my normal YouTube.
Someone once said, everybody has a kitchen, but good restaurants do pretty well. And the idea, this is a very accessible, affordable form of entertainment. There's only so many professional sporting events you can go to as the average citizen, given the cost, or go to hear an opera or a symphony. But for about $8.09 is the average cost of a film.
I don't think I've ever been to a sporting event.
You can go out and you're willing to take a risk even on a bad movie, as it turns out. And I still think we like to sit together. Emotions are contagious. Very few horror films have ever stolen, because no one wants to sit alone and watch that stuff. But we'll sit in the theater with 100 other people and start screaming together. It sounds like it's fun, I guess, for some people. So that experience, whether it's a joy or laughter, whatever else, you just can't duplicate it sitting alone or with a handful of people in your living room. And so I think it's fantastic that this home entertainment is there and people can download Netflix and other things and watch films from our libraries and so forth. But I still think that it's the only form of entertainment I know of where the conversation goes like this on a Friday or Saturday night. What do you want to do tonight? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. Let's go see a movie. I wonder what's playing. Now, we don't say that about sporting events. We don't say it about concerts.
I feel like growing up, that was like the most used phrase in my household was like, what do we do? I guess let's go to the cinema. Also, High Command, the Oscars more like the slopsters. Real. Honestly, that is why I always like post-credit scenes that force you to sit through the credits. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing I like most about post-credit sequences is like, I really love when they show bloopers, because like it's like stuff that you wouldn't have seen if it wasn't for like, as a film lover, I like to watch like bloopers and stuff like on YouTube. Like literally before this, I know it's not exactly a movie, but literally before this stream, I was like binge watching the bloopers from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Because it's almost like you get like an extended cut of the media that you love, and you also get to see that human element of like the like people behind it just having fun and enjoying their craft. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate like post-credit sequences and it's like visuals in credit sequences, because it does keep, I'm trying to like be polite with this, because whenever people get up and leave during the credits, I feel the rage boil up within me, and I just wanna, I order. Or I order. And I think that like during credit sequences, post-credit sequences are good because they keep people like that in the seats, which is a good thing. And hopefully it teaches people like, hey, the credits are fun too. Just stay. It's like how like in the past few months I've been getting really into the Naked Gun movies. Something I love about the Naked Gun movies like is the credit sequence. In the credit sequence they always have like a bunch of like dumb jokes. Like they have like obviously like the normal credits, but like within the credits you'll see like little things like, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Like it'll say like boom mic and this name, but then it'll also say like Mike Schmidt. Like it'll make like little jokes like how there's like it talks about like a best boy, like this guy was best boy, and then it'll be like, oh, but there was a greater boy and then a giant boy. Like it'll make like dumb jokes like that, and it's like I think more movies need to do things like that. It's just it really like like even though the actual movie's over, the jokes keep going. Jackie Chan bloopers were so good. We would complain when the TV channel did not show them after the movies. No way! Wait, did they not show the bloopers from like the Rush Hour movies? that was something I love about that, because I in the past, like in the past year, I've been watching the Rush Hour movies for the first time, and something I love about the Rush Hour movies is the bloopers. Like, there's this one, like I think in like multiple like sequences. Oh gosh, I can't remember his name. You know, there's like the main two guys. There's Jackie Chan, and then there's, I can't remember. I'm so sorry. Rush Hour main cast. Chris Tucker, yeah. Chris Tucker would keep calling Jackie Chan rather than like his like movie name, which to be honest I can't remember. I can't remember either of their names from the movies, but Chris Tucker would keep calling Jackie Chan like Jackie, and Jackie would just like look at him like, I'm not Jackie in this movie. And like you can tell like they're good friends outside of the universe of the movie, which like that's something that like the bloopers really add as well, is like, because obviously like in the universe of the movie the two main characters are like best friends, and like they're like partners, right? But like even outside of the universe, if they get along, that like really adds to the homeliness and the immersion of the story to me, I guess. Like when the actual characters have like great immersion. Like I found out that because did you guys know that you know the Scary Movie franchise, the like franchise that like parodies lots of different movies, mainly scary movies, but they're bringing out a 6th one this June, and I've been like rewatching all of them, and I didn't realize I'd actually watched the 5th one. The 5th one is so bad, holy crap. I'm not going to talk about that now, but the 5th one is really bad. But I was rewatching them all, and they're all so good other than the 5th one, and I forgot what my point was. I was talking about Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker. I was talking about what was I talking about? Oh my god, I hate when this happens, when I get distracted like while I'm talking. Pancake recipes were on the credits on some movie. I think Hot Shots. Creative credits are a lost art, like old Pixar films. Yeah, you know, that's something that like really inspired me creatively, like as a film lover, and like, you know, when I was in college and university, I was also like a filmmaker, but I want to go back to that at some point, like actually like working on film, like little films. But I love like the bloopers from like Toy Story, for example, because it makes it seem like the toys are actually alive, like even when the film isn't playing. It makes it feel like so like real, like it really I love the one where like I literally did like a parody of it, where Barbie, when I used to be Hubba Barbie, like when my name was Hubba Barbie, not Squirty Mimi, I did like I made like an ending stream scene where like I wasn't a VTuber, I was a PTuber. I had like a puppet and like an actual physical mannequin that I'd made, and I did a little sequence, just like the end sequence where Barbie is like, remember, don't forget to put away your popcorn and your candy wrappers in the trash disposal. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye now. Bye-bye. Are they gone? Are they gone? Good. Oh my god, my face is hurting. Like, I did like a whole thing like that, and that was so fun. And that was inspired because of post-credits, like during credits bloopers. And, well, I don't know if you call that bloopers, because just I'll call it bloopers, but why was I talking about Scary Movie? I don't remember why. Sorry, I'll probably remember it at some point, and I'm getting distracted again.
You know, it's the only form of entertainment I know of where the conversation goes like this on a Friday or Saturday night. What do you want to do tonight? I don't know. What do you want to do? I don't know. Let's go see a movie. I wonder what's playing. Now, we don't say that about sporting events. We don't say it about concerts or anything else. We'll begin the subject by, let's go to a movie. I wonder what's playing.
Yeah.
And I still think that conversation is happening today, and I don't think it's likely to change. Now, they're all competition.
Sometimes when I was growing up, I'm so sorry that my model is just like jiggling about. Again, it's because the camera's having a hard time telling where I am because I'm like laid down in bed. Growing up, sometimes me and my family would go to the cinema just to see what was playing, because we didn't have like internet or anything because we were poor. We'd physically go to the cinema just to like look at the board and see what was playing, and like, I mean, most of the time, if not every time, even if we just went to see what was on the board, we'd end up watching a movie anyway. Even if it wasn't something that like we exactly felt like we'd enjoy, we'd still watch it, because, you know, that was like the main thing that we did, was just, let's go watch a movie.
That on time. There's video games. There's stay at home and watch television if you want. But theaters still, with a good product, a good story, being well told. I have a lot of
happy memories growing up with movies.
An enjoyable way to spend an evening. Talking to a great friend of mine who probably made 400 films. And on the phone, we were talking about a new film he has coming out, and he said, I can't get him with it. The distributors don't want to pick this thing up. I think it's a great film. I said, well, Mike, what's new? I said, you know, look at that. Look right now in your bookcase with all your Oscars and so forth you had there. Tell me how many of those films, when you went around and tried to sell them, the first guy you talked to said, I'll take it. He said, only happened once with Annie Hall. The rest, everybody turned me down. Things like Cuckoo's Nest, he had a great run over the years. So it's still a hard sell and a lot of work to produce these products. But I think the excitement of doing so, and when you see a great film and great performances and technology that enhances that experience, I think it causes people to want to go back and take a chance on a new film.
Yeah, I mean...
With Regina.
Oh my God. You know what? Hold on. I think when I'm like searching for something, I'm just gonna close the window. Because that's what I'm worried about, is you guys like seeing my search history and stuff. What I think I remembered about what I was trying to say about Scary Movie, by the way. I watched Scary Movie 5 like a day ago. Excuse me. Excuse me. I watched Scary Movie 5 like a day ago, and again, it was the worst one. In general, it just was not a good movie. But something I did like was they like had during credits bloopers. One sec. I'm just writing something down. Just, is there a note for later? How long have we been streaming for? Oh God, don't want to hear myself. How long have we been live for? An hour, okay. Something I did appreciate about the movie was they had during credits bloopers, and Snoop Dogg was like at the start of it, and there was this one blooper that was like the Jackie Chan thing, where like his co-actor Chris Tucker keeps calling Jackie Chan in the movie, and in the Scary Movie 5 bloopers, I can't remember. I think it's like there's like another guy that's like a celebrity, but I can't remember his name, that's like co-acting with Snoop Dogg, and he calls him Snoop, and Snoop Dogg is like, man, I'm not Snoop Dogg in this fucking movie. Don't call me that. I don't know, it's just so funny. We really need to show like bloopers more often, I think. I know like if I was making movies, I'd want to show the bloopers. I mean, literally, when I debuted, I included like a bunch of bloopers in my end credits of my debut, because I was like, this is funny, like someone will get a good laugh out of this. Or at least, like, even if it's not funny, it's like it shows like my little behind the scenes process. Sorry, I am putting the documentary back on. I'm just putting it on like my actual YouTube so that the ad blocker can like stop ruining the documentary. I say that while God, what is happening with my model? I say that while I keep pausing it, but
Blitz and Regina.
Shut up, ads. Let me just see what timestamp we're at. Oh my god, ads. Pancake recipes. Yeah, no, seriously. I don't know if I've seen Hot Shots, but that does sound really funny. Okay, 1323. Let's keep watching, because I wanna... Oh wait, I think I am... Properties... Is it this one? Yeah, okay. We're at 1322. 1322. And hopefully we shouldn't get any ads now. Because I just want these people to talk their talk, speak their speak without ads in between.
Yeah, take a chance on a new film.
Tossing and turning a bit, yeah. Well, I do be a tosser.
This society of these motion
not
picture
that kind of toss.
and television engineers deserve a great deal of credit.
I'm a twat, if anything.
I talk
but
about
not a
them all
tosser.
the time, not
A
specifically
salad
the
tosser,
society,
maybe, but
reminding audiences in this very room, when I host a film here or host a discussion with someone, that you need to understand that these are working people who make this.
mm-hmm.
It's not just the actors or the directors you're going to read about, but behind these scenes you're watching, there's some guy who is a brilliant carpenter or electrician or makeup person, or someone with a great idea on how to enhance that,
before I
that
realized
audio
that
experience.
my
Try to get
lecturers
my
were...
audiences here.
Before I realized that my lecturers were only invested in helping people that they saw potential in, I could have been one of those makeup people.
Here and elsewhere, and the public at large through the Motion Picture Association, to understand what a great American business this is. It's
That's
a
just
great
my
American
lecturers.
business. It's one of our best exports in the world in terms of what we do and how we tell stories. And because of freedom, we fight for freedom of expression every day. No organization fights as hard for the First Amendment as the motion picture industry does, and has for 100 years.
I don't know what the
We've been
First Amendment
vilified,
is, to
people
be
lost
honest.
their jobs, were blacklisted over the
I'm a
years
bit British.
because we wanted to tell stories. We wanted to tell what we thought was the truth about something. And defending that freedom of expression is something this industry has done here. It makes it possible for people around the world to understand it better. I've been told by people, I don't like your politics, I don't like what you guys do in foreign policy, but you amaze me every year.
Politics? Just telling a story? Yeah,
We
back to
developed a
David.
format that was
No-
9 times
no
bigger
offense,
than
Chris.
35
No
millimeter,
offense,
and it really
Chris.
kind of blew the industry away. And that camera, which is still being used today, is being used as we speak this day by Christopher Nolan, and he's shooting with that camera, which is still the gold standard.
Chris Love, David
He is the executive vice president as well as the chief quality officer for IMAX, and has been involved in post-production for IMAX films, including Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight, Dark Knight Rises, and Dunkirk. Moving Images recently had a conversation with David Keeley.
Yes, Harry Met Sally is not something that, you know, is really for the IMAX venues, because they tend to be big, spectacular images, and we repurpose the picture because, of course, we have a higher, you know, dynamic range and higher brightness, and we have our DMR technology that degrains and sharpens. We also remix the sound into our proprietary sound. We have a new 12-channel sound system. So it's always about trying to make the movie the best experience possible and being consistent in those 1,100 theaters around the world. We have a knock center that interfaces, you know, with every theater, and so we theoretically know exactly what's happening in those theaters. Other thing that we do is we're very appreciative of input from customers, and we have a card at the end of every movie saying this has been enhanced by IMAX. If you have any problem, you know, with the images or the experience, please.
Wait, why has it gone back? Did I accidentally press a... I was wondering that I've already heard him say this. I thought he was just doing some... Okay. I was wondering why David was speaking again. Okay, now it's his wife. Sorry, I must have pressed a button that made it go back. But now, Patricia Keeley, his wife,
we have to let the market dictate, you know, what really is interesting, what will people pay for, because we can make great movies, but if nobody knows about them and nobody's willing to buy a ticket, then it really doesn't help much. So we have to follow the box office leads and see where our customers want to take us.
She is the senior vice president and managing director at IMAX. She is also the Hollywood Regional Governor of the Society of Motion Picture and Television Engineers, or SMPTE. Moving Images recently sat down with Patricia Keeley.
My husband has all of his education in film and photography. We've been married for 46 years, and so this is sort of the family business. We built up the post-production business, the large format post-production business, starting in 1972, and we've evolved with that business through 2D film, 3D film, digital, laser, and all the variations on the theme since that time. So I've just become interested in it because that was his passion, and I helped him to build that business. You know, we're in many, many different areas, and it has been from the very beginning a very vertically integrated company. So we provided the content because there wasn't any other content for the theaters that we wanted to build and for the projection systems that were designed. So it was necessary to provide content at the beginning, and I think we've done that, and it's been supplemented with content from third-party producers through all of that time as well. And of course now we're in the commercial theater, the Hollywood business as well, since the early 2000s, so that's greatly expanded the business, and we have, I think, 1,065 theaters, 67 countries around the world now, so it's thriving. David and I have been in this business since there was one theater in Toronto, Ontario, so it's been quite an expansion over that period of time. .3D is definitely fading. I think, you know, to me, 3D makes a lot more sense for a documentary film where it's perhaps 40 minutes long. The editing pace is very different, so the shots are held on the screen for a long time, so you really can take advantage of that 3D that's in the shot. And when you're looking at Hollywood content and there's a lot of fast cut editing going on, it's difficult sometimes to appreciate the 3D in those situations. I think enough to have the 3D glasses and the extra cost for tickets sometimes, or a lot of...
God, as someone who has always worn glasses like almost my whole life, or at least since I was like 8 years old, wearing wearing glasses to a 3D film is not it. Because you have to put the 3D glasses over the top of your normal glasses, and holy shit, it's such a frustrating experience. You spend like most of the movie just adjusting the 3D glasses, I swear. Just so like they fit over the top of your normal glasses, but oh my god. Frustrating, but really fun, really fun. Like, although like I'd spend my time like adjusting the glasses, I'm like obviously having like a great time. Like one of my favorite movies, Coraline, part of the reason why I love that movie so much is because of my initial experience with it in 3D, like how it was specifically shot for 3D, and how certain scenes really highlighted, like, were really highlighted by the 3D. Like, for example, the opening scene where the other mother's, like, sewing the Coraline doll together, and the, like, needles coming through the fabric, and it looks like you're gonna get stabbed in the eye. That in 3D was crazy, especially because that was, like, one of my first 3D movies in my life. I was like, holy shit, my eye's gonna be taken out. But that's like, you know, really foreshadowing to like the true intentions of the other mother is she does want to take your eyes out because eyes are the windows to the soul, and that's what she wants. She wants to eat your soul.
Hindrances, I think people are glasses and the extra cost for tickets sometimes, or a lot of hindrances. I think people are getting over the 3D. It's still valuable in certain situations, but 3D won't make a bad movie good. I think you still have to go back again to having a good story, and the 3D may enhance it.
I've watched bad 3D
ways,
movies,
but,
and
yeah,
obviously the 3D is fun, but it doesn't
basic
improve
2D
it.
story on the screen first.
Calvin. What is Calvin?
We are working with Google on a camera.
No.
VR camera. That announcement was made recently. They're using some of our content from some of our library documentary films.
Don't take them.
We have an agreement with Starbreeze, a company that has a very interesting viewing device that is much higher resolution than the others that are out there. We're working to provide content for them. So we're very involved in that space. We're going to have some VR arcades or Max Experience venues open, with, I think, half a dozen of them within the next several months. It's interesting. It's a big, shiny new toy that people want to play with and want to have fun with. It's exciting, but we don't know how to monetize it as an industry yet, and we're working on those solutions. I think for education purposes, it's a tremendous asset, and that's a really great way to use it. Can you imagine being a medical student and learning about the human body or about how to operate or something using virtual reality and being able to actually feel as if you were in that situation? I think, you know, remote learning situations using VR have tremendous potential. So I think, I think it's just the opposite. I think there are lots of great ways to use VR, not only for entertainment, but for education as one of the main purposes of it.
I mean, that's something I love about movies is I feel like most of my education has probably been, not most of my education, or like a big chunk of my education has been thanks to movies. Like, for example, I was never really interested in history, but the show Horrible Histories really made me interested in history, just because of like how fun and engaging they made like the educational content. All right, I want to go back. Excuse me. I want to go back and see some more David Keeley. I want to see David Keeley talk more about what he did. David Keeley takes you behind the scenes of Oppenheimer.
I have been in the business 51 years with my partner Patricia Keeley, done over 500 films, and certainly Oppenheimer is my top 5. Believe it or not, there is the movie. It's 53 reels long, and you see the film goes all the way up there, about 3 stories, and back down.
Holy shit.
Up on that platter down there. Come with me. As we said, it's 3 stories, it's a long way up, and here we are. You remember when we panned up, this is the end of that pan up.
Wait, why is it...
And the feed.
Why is it like...
And the take up.
Why has it been stretched out up through 2 floors?
Here's the SR projector.
Oh my god. That's such a big projector.
I have been in the business 51 years.
Look at you, you're gorgeous, my love.
No, that's not part 2.
I have been in the business 51 years.
Part 2.
And this is what's called the rolling loop. And there's the lamp, 7 kilowatt lamp. And how the rolling loop works is with regular 35 millimeter, 70 millimeter film, it's called a geneme of movement, which the film moves in
stops, moves, and stops, moves, and stops. The rolling loop runs like a snake, and it advances the film by putting this loop, which is 15 curves in a gap, and it moves along like this. So it's very gentle on film. An IMAX film print could last about 2,000 passes, where in a regular projector it only lasts about 200 passes. If you look here, you can see that each IMAX frame is very large.
Yeah.
It's 15 perforations wide, and it's 9 times bigger than regular 35 millimeter, or 3 times bigger than a vertically running 5
that's why it's such good quality.
And that's a tour of the booth. Thanks for coming.
Interesting. What the heck is this? IMAX Tar. Yeah, this is what I wanted to watch.
Nina Carlin here from Regal.
So this is David Keeley IMAX Tar from 2017.
It's Nina Carlin here from Regal Cinemas, and I'm live at the IMAX Corporation headquarters.
Oh, and it's at the
here
David
in
Keeley
Los
Theatre
Angeles,
as well.
California. Now, Dunkirk comes to Regal Cinemas on July 21st, but you can catch it in IMAX at one of our 92 locations. Seeing Dunkirk in IMAX is an incredible opportunity because it's the world's most immersive format to see a movie. You've got to check it out. There must be one near you. Now, you might have noticed that we are at the David Keeley Theater. Guess what, guys? We are about to meet David Keeley, the IMAX man himself. He is the Chief Quality Officer here, and I can't wait to introduce him to you guys. Follow me.
Hi, Nina.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to my
He's just
theater.
chilling.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are in the David Keeley Theater
right.
with David
Oh.
Keeley himself. Amazing.
And Mr. Nolan dedicated it even before I was dead.
Oh my
That
god.
was really cool.
That's the best part.
That's the best part.
Really? Wow. Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nina.
Thank you.
So how did you like? We saw the trailer.
Yes. So
And-
we just saw a trailer for Dunkirk and a 7-minute prologue that was exclusively filmed in IMAX.
Right.
Very exciting, and we're also excited to see it on July 21st, especially
Just gonna put on subtitles. It's auto-generated, but
in the IMAX format.
That's right. We're very
And a prologue that was exclusively filmed in IMAX.
Right.
Very exciting, and we're also excited to see it on July 21st, especially in the IMAX format.
That's right. We're very proud of our work on this movie. IMAX is always trying to raise the bar, and
Yeah.
I think we've done it again. This is probably our 5th film with Mr. Nolan. He really gets it. He loves using the gold standard IMAX camera.
He
And
calls it the gold standard.
He does,
Yeah.
and we're very excited to bring another real immersive experience to many people around the world. We have 92, I think, Regal theaters, of course, and,
Yes.
and 6 of them will be in film, and we'll get into a bit more of that, and we'll show you some of the film and how we
sorry,
do it
I'm
here
just
at
trying to
IMAX.
make my model not
But it's
freak
just
out.
really great that we're able to show this around the world. IMAX now has over 1,200 theaters in 75 countries.
Wow.
And it'll open in almost 100.
Okay, I have not been paying attention. I need to go back and rewatch this. Because maybe I just like hold my phone above my face. I have no idea what else to do. Right, I'm gonna go back because I was not paying attention. I wanna make
It's
sure I'm
Nina
listening
Carlin
properly.
here from Regal Cinemas, and I'm live at the IMAX Corporation headquarters here in Los Angeles, California. Now, Dunkirk comes to Regal Cinemas on July 21st, but you can catch it in IMAX at one of our 92 locations. Seeing Dunkirk in IMAX is an incredible opportunity because it's the world's most immersive format to see a movie. You've got to check it out. There must be one near you. Now, you might have noticed that we are at the
2017. That's
David
nearly 10
Keeley
years
Theater.
ago.
Guess what, guys? We are about to meet David Keeley, the IMAX man himself. He is the Chief Quality Officer here, and I can't wait to introduce him to you guys. Follow me.
She's cute. Oh god. the cameraman saying, "Oh God," it's like they nearly fell or something.
Hi, Nina.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Welcome to my theater.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are in the David Keeley Theater
right.
with David Keeley himself. Amazing.
And Mr. Nolan dedicated it even before I was dead.
Oh my God.
That was really cool.
That's the best part.
That's the best part.
Really? Yeah. Wow. Well, it's an honor to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Nina.
You too.
So how did you, we saw the trailer?
Yes.
And
So we just saw a trailer for Dunkirk and a 7-minute prologue that was exclusively filmed in IMAX.
Correct.
Very exciting, and we're also excited to see it on July 21st, especially in the IMAX format.
That's right. We're very, very proud of our work on this movie. IMAX is always trying to raise the bar, and
Yeah.
I think we've done it again. This is probably our 5th film with Mr. Nolan. He really gets it. He loves using the gold standard IMAX camera.
He calls it the gold standard.
He does,
Yeah.
and we're very excited to bring another real immersive experience to many people around the world. We have 92, I think, Regal theaters, of course, and
Yes.
and 6 of them will be in film, and we'll get into a bit more of that, and we'll show you some of the film and how we do it here at IMAX. But it's just really great that we're able to show this around the world. IMAX now has over 1,200 theaters in 75 countries.
Wow.
And it'll open in almost 100 Regal theaters.
Amazing.
On 21st of July. That's where you got to be.
21st of July.
That's right.
Excellent. Well, I have to ask, how did you first get involved with IMAX?
Over 4 decades ago, my wife and I, who still works with IMAX, we run this chief quality office, but we built a post-production division. We're from Canada, and I'm going to show you a little bit of nostalgia a little bit later. But
Great.
I was in film school in Toronto in the early 70s, and went to this theater called Ontario Place, and saw this movie, North of Superior, and it really changed my life. IMAX.
North is Superior.
North is Superior, and it
North
really
is
changed my
Superior.
life.
Interesting.
IMAX is a format which we just said Mr. Nolan calls the gold standard. It still is, and those cameras developed 50 years ago are still pretty well the same camera he used to get this movie, and it's the highest standard. If you know anything about megapixels, people talk about 4 megapixels and 6 mega, and I got a 22 megapixel Nikon camera, whatever. Each frame of IMAX is 216 megapixels.
Wow.
So it was future-proof 50 years ago, and it's still the best way to shoot a movie today. Digital cameras are coming; they're really good, but Chris loves tell the story in our format in the big 1:4:3 aspect ratio.
Definitely. And how did you first meet director Christopher Nolan, and how did he first get so intrigued and starting to use the gold standard of IMAX film camera?
Well, I think
Oh my
Chris
God.
tells it, and
I'm so
hopefully
sorry.
you get to meet him someday. He grew up in Chicago.
I just
we had an
burped
IMAX
and,
film theater
like-
there. Still.
I just burped and like the fizzy bubbles like came through my nose as well. God, that hurt. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go back a bit.
Standard of IMAX film cameras.
Well, I think, as Chris tells it, and hopefully you'll get to meet him someday. He grew up in Chicago. We had an IMAX Dome theater there, still do, and the Chicago Museum of Science and Industry, I believe is the correct term. And he cites The Dream is Alive. We did a lot of work
Also,
with
hi
NASA,
Golden.
still
Sorry,
do
I
today.
didn't see you in chat.
And Everest by McGilvray Freeman Films, and Titanic by Stephen Lowe. He cites seeing those as a kid and longing to could I really maybe make a feature movie in this? And it was many years later. We tried to get Hollywood filmmakers involved with IMAX. One of our founders, Brian Ferguson, talked to Francis Ford Coppola in the mid-70s
Brian
and thought about maybe
Ferguson.
doing Apocalypse
Francis
Now.
Ford Coppola is
Didn't
someone
happen,
who was
but then
speaking in the
go ahead
obituaries
to,
earlier.
I think it's 2008, you'll have to help me, The Dark Knight. We did Batman Begins for Mr. Nolan in our IMAX DMR process. It was a 2.40 movie and CinemaScope. And then we started talking to him. He liked what we did, and we said, we did
Oh wait,
this
I
in
just
4K, but
realized.
maybe
Am I allowed to show this? Oh, there's no description. Okay.
we could do this at 6K. So we did a 6-minute piece of it in 6K. He let us do that. He said, gee, that's really good. What else can we do? And so we started talking about using IMAX cameras, and he got intrigued with the idea shooting an anamorphic 35 at 240, and then actually changing the aspect ratio.
It's amazing. It like remembers all these specific things, all these numbers, and all these technical specifics.
Interstellar, which is the change aspect ratio. Excuse me, Inception, which is a great movie, and the DMR process, and then Interstellar a few years ago, which is amazing, and now of course Dunkirk
coming out July 21st.
Exactly, and a great story, which it's a story in my mind about regular people being heroes and saving over 300,000 men.
Yes.
In 1940.
It looks amazing. I am so excited to see it in one of the 92 IMAX locations that Regal Cinema offers.
That's right.
Yes. Well, I would love to see the process of how this was made.
Okay, we're going to take you on a tour, and hopefully Britt and the team doesn't fall down the stairs, but let's go.
Let's do it.
I think the cameraman nearly
If you guys are
did at the
just tuning
start.
in, we're here with David Keeley, who is the Chief Quality Officer here at the IMAX Corporation headquarters in Los Angeles, California.
And then, of course, behind you is the big 143 screen of IMAX, and you see the logo up there. And you'll see screens like this in many Regal theaters.
Oh my god. I didn't, growing up with like movies in England, and I don't know if I ever saw like the IMAX thing on the screen, but just looking at that screen, I immediately got like such a strong smell of popcorn, and like, oh my god, like my memory. I think I have autism, y'all. I either have like, what's it called, synesthesia or something. I think it's like a symptom of autism, but sometimes I'll like look at something and I immediately smell something really strong. It showed me this screen and I just got like blasted with such a strong smell of popcorn. Oh my god. I love cinemas, man. I love it. Like, I have so many great memories of like growing up, and like I love like the smell of like the cinema and like the popcorn and like the like the fabric of the seats. Oh my gosh.
Let's go on the process. We're gonna go down
Hi,
the hall.
Delta,
Can you kind of hear me
welcome.
still, I hope?
Hello, Delta. Don't worry. We're gonna be hanging out for a while tonight.
Not many people get
To be honest, I kind of want to sleep on stream. I want to have a little sleepover, if possible.
Okay.
I'm going to be streaming for a while. It's nice to see you, though. Welcome.
This is so cool.
So as we said, IMAX is the gold standard, and the film format is 65 millimeter negative, 70 millimeter print, and it advances 15 perforations per frame. And I'm actually going to show you it, and I'm going to give this to Nina. I don't know whether Brittany can see this. This just came off the presses today. Those are actually 3 frames from the movie, and then.
That's crazy. That's like actual like frames from Dunkirk. Like, I haven't seen Dunkirk, but like I love stuff like this. Like when you can see like the frames of a movie. I've genuinely like, if I ever came into a lot of money, obviously like I'd want to like make sure that my debts and stuff are paid off, that I'm okay. But like I'd love to buy like you can buy like I can't remember what they're called, but you can buy like original frames from like different like animations. I would love to buy just like a frame from like an episode of SpongeBob or something, or like some like actual like film like this from like a movie. That would be sick. That would be so sick. It might be early morning for you, but it's really late at night, nearly midnight for me. I mean, it's 3 a.m. for me. I guess you could still say it's night. It's the dark night. Oh, just like the movies that Christopher Nolan worked on.
And it says Dunkirk, and it says shot with IMAX film
like
camera,
laser
special
vision.
engagements, and 70 millimeter film. And that's actually the film frame, and that's 9 times bigger than 35 millimeter. And now I'm going to show you the actual original negative that this was made from.
That's
We're going to go
amazing.
into our halls. and
So they
this
have
is,
like an original negative that they like use to make the
material.
Okay.
You
film.
have to have an access card here.
This is top secret.
Top secret.
You guys, you heard it here.
Okay. and it's nice and cold,
yeah.
It's okay because I'm from Canada, so I kind of like the cold.
It's very cold in here.
That's right. And so Nina, right here is actually the original negative of Mr. Nolan's movie, Dunkirk. And its working title was called another name, Bodega Bay. And we're very proud of working with Chris. And if we go, these are cans of actual 65 millimeter film. If Britt would just go over to this can right here.
It always interested me. Why is it that film is kept in cans like this?
It says open splice. And what that means is that this can, there's been a shot taken out of it, put in the real movie.
Wow.
And so Mr. Nolan shot about 800 cans of IMAX film. And we cut it into 800 rolls,
wow.
which is probably a world record of the gold standard 65 millimeter. And then we took all these cans. I'm going to show you Nate cutting in a minute. But a little bit of background. Nina asked me.
So what did he mean about splicing it? It's really amazing to me how much movie technology comes from the efforts of the National Film Board of Canada. Yeah, I mean, there's this YouTuber I like called YMS, or Your Movie Sugs, and he also grew up in Canada, so I wonder like if he got to like visit these places. Like, I don't know if I'll ever go to Canada or any place, you know, like this, but I'd love to like just walk through a place like this and just smell the metal of the film containers, smell the dust, It used to be to protect the highly fragile and chemically volatile film reels. Yeah, that's something I wanted to look up, was about like, we read about it on an article talking about David Keeley earlier. What did it say? It said something about like chemical film. Yeah, photochemical film. I want to look up what that is at some point, because that sounds interesting. I want to learn what that is.
Standard 65 millimeter, and then we took all these cans. I'm going to show you Nate cutting in a minute, but a little bit of background. Nina asked me what we.
Sorry, I was gonna say, like, finish off my thing about going to actual place, because these places are always in like America, Hollywood, Canada. They're always in like America regions, somewhere where like I never really intend to go. I mean, like, I'd like to go to America at least once in my life, or Canada once in my life. Come to Canada, I'll make sure to welcome you personally, no matter the convention. Well, thank you very much. But yeah, I'd like to go to somewhere like this. I'd like to go to America or Canada at least once in my life, but you don't really get. I mean, probably in like London and that's it, but I've never lived in London. I visited it for like trips, like art trips and things, or like when I went to go see Classic FM live, and they were doing like a bunch of recitments of John Williams soundtracks. Oh, that was amazing. But like, you don't really get things like this for the most part in England.
My background. We took all these cans. I'm going to show you Nate cutting in a minute, but a little bit of background. Nina asked me what we. My background gets started. Remember, I told you about the first movie I saw was North of Superior in Toronto. But the very first IMAX movie was called Tiger Child. That's the actual original negative, shot in 1969 for the World's Fair in Osaka, Japan. And then that projector was moved back to Toronto, which is still one of IMAX's offices and where we make all our projectors. And we made North of Superior, and that's the movie that I saw. It changed Patricia and our lives. And it was, remember, 9 times bigger than anything anybody had ever seen.
Wow.
So that's the beginning of our history, and here's right up to date. Opened July 21st, and then we're going to pan over here. It's kind of interesting. This is a little test we did with Stephen Lowe, a famous Canadian filmmaker, and that guy, James Cameron.
I think I know his name.
You think you know him?
Yeah.
And in July of 2000, Mr. Cameron bought his, I think they were F950 digital cameras, and he compared that work with the IMAX film frame. And from that point forward, Mr. Cameron said, I really like digital.
Yes.
And you know, that shows how he makes his movies. But Mr. Nolan likes film, and here's the other end of the spectrum.
Yes.
A man who still wants film in his life every day, and in capture and in release. And Mr. Cameron, we did actually make film prints for Avatar, one of our most successful movies.
Definitely.
But he likes to capture in digital, and those digital cameras are getting better and better every day.
Incredible. So the two masters at work, we have the film over here and the digital.
That's right. And of course, you know, at the Regal theaters, there are going to be 6 theaters going to show Mr. Nolan's movie Dunkirk in film, and the rest are going to show it in digital. And now we're going to show you a little bit
I feel like I'd definitely be more of a film person
the
than a
digital
person.
DCPs.
I much prefer analog what's the opposite of analog? Digital.
How's our conductivity? Good?
Though that being said, I
we
can't.
have another secret room that.
That being said, I can't read analog time. I can only read digital time.
We are entering.
Secret room.
Very secret.
So Brittany's gonna follow.
Sorry, the face she makes.
The internet is working.
We have another secret room that we are entering.
Secret room.
Very secret.
So Brittany's gonna follow us.
Film nerds. There's nothing like us.
Here. And so here we go. I told you how big, you know, IMAX film is, but so this is actually a print of Dunkirk. It goes in 2 cases. There's 31 reels cut together here, and that's going. Let's see, where is this going? This is going to. I don't know. I think it's going to a theater in Canada. But anyway,
wow.
And then of course, so this will go. These 2 cases will go times 6 to the 6 IMAX film Regal theaters. But the other theaters will get what's called a DCP, the digital cinema package. And that's what goes to theaters. These are all made here, right in IMAX, for all our theaters in 75 countries.
So note the size difference.
Yes,
a
and the
little
weight
bit of
difference.
These two, yeah?
This weighs a couple of pounds. This probably weighs about 400 pounds.
Wow.
A different way of
what's
looking
that
at things,
exactly?
but this is an art, for Mr. Nolan, this is an art form that he wants to keep alive. And and
Nolan's a real
very
one.
supportive of that. And this is a DCP, how most people see most films. But both are very cool ways to do it. They're just different, and some people like one thing, some people like the other thing. But
I'm a little confused
this
what these
is,
boxes
when IMAX
are.
supports and film. Let's
So is this like what the
as I
film?
said, we are in
the film is
75
in
countries.
when it's delivered to the
So
cinema.
we have to service all those places with regular different language versions, dubs and subs. And you can see here, our staff will just whip around here. And here's, remember I told you that the reels of Dunkirk?
Yes.
And there they are, print number 31, reel 30. Remember I said there were 31 reels?
Yes.
And they're going to, sometimes they go built in those steel cases, and sometimes they go in these boxes right here behind you.
Wow.
Okay.
So we're in the room where it all happens.
We're on the room where it all happens.
Incredible.
And Ernie's trying to get Ernie always wanted to be on camera. so he's
Whoa, you guys are going to want to check this out.
So this is cool. This is where we do our duplication.
She's so excited. She's adorable.
Excellent. More DCPs.
Here's the digital cinema package. And one of the things, you know, everybody looks at everything digitally and it happens instantly. But give you an example, a 2.5 hour movie, if you want to make it, it takes you 2.5 hours to make it. And then, I want to check it. So you have to ingest it into the projector. That takes 2.5 hours. And then if you want to look at it, it takes 2.5 hours. So what you thought was a 2.5 hour job is a 7.5 hour job. Of course, we have to do that.
Oh my god, that's how it feels. Just like making like any kind of video. Like, for example, like if I've made like a video on my YouTube channel and it's like 5 minutes long, it's a 5-minute video, but like it probably took like not several, but like a couple of hours to make and to like watch over and over again to make sure it's okay. So if you think about your favorite movie, think about like how many hours it was probably viewed over and over again by the directors, the creative team, everyone to like make sure that it was like to their vision, to like how they wanted it to look exactly. And holy shit.
In 75 countries, we don't necessarily do 75 languages, but we have to do that. If we're in 75 countries, we don't necessarily do 75 languages, but we can do 30 or 40 languages. There's a lot of work to get a movie out. And when we do a movie, you know, a couple of movies a month, this is a happening place.
Wow.
And so these DCPs are special. Every IMAX theater, every Regal theater gets an IMAX DCP, which are a bit different. They have our special DMR process that sharpens and degrains the movie. The other thing that's very important is IMAX is 60% brighter than the regular DCI standard, which is 14-foot lambert. So it's
60%.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons you really like IMAX, because it's nice and bright in 2D and 3D.
Yeah.
Dunkirk's a 2D movie, which is my favorite, and you'll see it in all the theaters, big and bright, just like Nina and I saw it a few moments ago. So now let's move a little bit over here.
Perfect.
And we'll continue the tour about how we made this movie.
Wonderful. So seeing it in IMAX, it's better image quality, better color, more bright. It's just superior.
And the sound, I think when Nina heard the sound,
yes.
You could actually feel the Spitfires, and those are 1,500 horsepower Merlin engines, 3 of them really being very dramatic. One of our sound people say, well, but David, it sounds a little bit distorted. Well, Mr. Nolan's very literal.
Yeah.
And you know, if you were standing beside 3 1,500 horsepower Merlin engines, it would kind of distort your ears a little bit too. So
no, honestly though, like, I'm not the biggest fan of watching movies when they include, like, I'm not the biggest fan of watching movies in surround sound cinema when they have like gunfire, because holy shit, my ears can't take it. My ears are so sensitive to sound, and holy shit, gunfire in surround sound has always hurt so much. Like, obviously I appreciate the attention to realism, but like, my ears.
Absolutely.
It's very breathtaking.
Wow.
So let's go and look at one of the world's only optical printers that's still functioning.
So cool.
And we're going here.
Okay. We're getting exclusive access right now at IMAX.
I gotta turn the lights on. Okay, this is a very cool thing. Remember I showed you the negatives in those cans, and IMAX actually is unique. It runs horizontally, and so we put one of those rolls of films that I showed you in the vault. It takes 3 minutes to shoot. And so therefore every load in an IMAX camera, some filmmakers say, oh, it's really hard to shoot an IMAX.
So this looks quite different to like, if you imagine like the classic, like if you look at the thumbnail for the stream, for example, with the emoji of like the film projector, that's like the classic film projector with the reel being vertical. This is how the IMAX film reel is. It's horizontal. I wonder why. Does it cause less strain on the film reel when it's horizontal? I wonder.
We put one of those rolls of film for every load in an IMAX camera. Some filmmakers say, oh, it's really hard to shoot in IMAX. Chris doesn't think so. He makes it work. Doing the vault unique, it runs. Okay, this is a very cool thing. Remember I showed you the negatives in those cans, and IMAX actually is unique. It runs horizontally, and so we put one of those rolls of films that I showed you in the vault. It takes 3 minutes to shoot. And so therefore every load in an IMAX camera, some filmmakers say, oh, it's really hard to shoot in IMAX. Chris doesn't think so. He makes it work. So the negative came back from France, because this movie was shot on location on the beaches of Dunkirk about 76 years to the day of when the actual evacuation happened. And so Mr. Nolan shot there. The negative would come back here, was processed at Photocam, then at a laboratory here in Los Angeles. Came here, we put the negative here, the original negative, and we made what's called a 35mm print down. And then we looked at those every day. We were running almost 24 hours a day last summer. And then we'd look at it and report to Mr. Nolan's crew that everything was okay. And then this 35mm print down was digitized, put in their Avid so that they could do the editorial cut. Then they gave us that print down back, cut properly, and then you saw in those cans, open splice. Then we take parts out, and then we have to cut it together. And the next room will show you where we negative cut.
Incredible. So this is the world's only optical printer?
Well, not the only one,
not
but there's very few left in the world.
Very few. Okay. Amazing.
Optical printer?
Okay. And now we're going to go. So we made the print down. The print down was sent back to us, all the pieces cut together, and this is negative cutting. This is actually where we cut the negative together.
Wow.
And then here these are actually some frames from Interstellar. Once again, that shows the size of the IMAX frame, which is very, very big. And somebody say, oh well, if I don't just see it in IMAX and I don't get the quality, there's a thing called oversampling. And so therefore everything from this movie, because it was shot with a gold standard IMAX camera, it improves the quality of everything. And of course, obviously we want you to go see the movie, but even if eventually, maybe in 6 months, there'll be a Blu-ray of it, and you'll see the Blu-ray will change in aspect ratio from 220 to 178 in your television. You'll actually see the pop in quality because it was shot with IMAX cameras.
Wow. And most movies where the aspect ratio that we see it in is called CinemaScope, right?
Yes, I would say 70% of IMAX, movies you see in the theaters are CinemaScope, but that's an aspect ratio of 2:40 to 1. That's the projected.
I think I actually first heard of CinemaScope when I was watching the behind the scenes for Coraline. I'm pretty sure that was shot in CinemaScope, if I'm not mistaken. CinemaScope. Where have I heard that? Oh, I think the last time I heard of CinemaScope was when I watched Hairspray, and they were like dissing the main character by saying that they're not shooting in CinemaScope, basically calling her large. I was like, where have I heard CinemaScope recently? Just from watching Hairspray, but I think they shot Coraline in CinemaScope, if I'm not mistaken.
This movie, because it was shot in 5-curve 65 70mm, is actually a native aspect ratio of 2:20 in some parts of it, and the IMAX parts are 1:43. So it changes between those. But the majority of the movie was shot with IMAX cameras.
Amazing.
It was 1:43. Now come down here. So we cut the movie, we put all the little pieces together, and we have to splice it. So that little black machine over there, believe it or not, the little sign says it was made at MGM Foundry over here in Culver City in 1955 for Oklahoma. And we actually use that. Herman splices the pieces together, and that original negative goes to the lab. Remember, 31 reels, and we made prints of the movie. We actually, on this movie, Dunkirk, we actually made every print from the original negative. So it's super, super duper quality.
Wow.
Okay, so that's negative splicing.
Okay.
So, and everybody said, well,
How do you make
and it was. This
prints
movie is 100% photochemical process. So how do you get the digital versions of the movie? 100% photochemical process. So how do you get the digital versions of the movie? Well, it happens right in here, and there's a scanner there. So Britt kind of look through the window there, and you can see a scanner. So what happens is we make an interpositive, a 65mm IMAX interpositive, 31 reels, and it took 31 days, 24 hours to scan the movie into the digital domain, and then that allows us to make the DCPs that you've seen to IMAX standard, which, as I said, is 60% brighter than the standard, and it takes 12 seconds a frame. You can see a little thing jockeying back and forth. Can you get it? Probably too far away.
No, that was me.
Now,
sorry.
As I said, the movie is basically all practical. Mr. Nolan loves to shoot things practically. Very few visual effects. But if there is a visual effect, if a guy's blown up,
I love that.
Usually it's a real guy, and there's a wire that has to be
You really know how to turn a girl on. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Whenever I hear someone say that they love to shoot practically with very little VFX, I'm just like, yeah. Oh. Oh, you know, I love
very
that.
Few visual
That's film. That's cinephile dirty talk.
Now, as I said, the movie is basically all practical. Mr. Nolan loves to shoot things practically. Very few visual effects. But if there is a visual effect, if a guy's blown up, and you can see, usually it's a real guy, and there's a wire that has to be...
It's a real guy blowing up.
Before we make the final interpositive, we take the daily negative, and they tell us, oh, we want those wires removed. We take it in here, and we scan it at 8K, and then it goes to a place called Double Negative in London. They remove the wires, and they send that data back to us, and then we go in this room here.
So much technological aspects to this. Thing is that I am so interested in, like, you know how I said I love hardware and I hate software? Like, for example, you guys know I'm always complaining about, like, things lagging on stream, technological, like software breaking on stream. I hate software, but I love hardware. Like, if you don't know what I mean, like, I enjoy, like, taking apart my PC and seeing all the workings of it. I enjoy, like, physical technology things. Like, I studied electronics in my education. Like, things you can physically touch. I hate software, like, digital things. But, like, this is like my kind of shit. I like hardware. Although it's a lot of technological stuff, this is still vastly more interesting to me than, like, software and digital things.
Just array. You can just stand right there, Nina. And this is the world's largest array of CRT
analog
cameras.
I just like analog.
So we get a little bit of light here.
Yeah.
So this is IMAX film, the camera. This is a CRT cathode ray tube, a red, green, and blue.
Wait, what was he saying about cathode ray tube? That, like, dog whistled me. That, like, dog whistled me. Because that's, like, something I learned about in school.
Cameras, and so we get a little bit of light here.
Yeah.
So this is IMAX film, the camera. This is a CRT cathode ray tube, a red, green, and blue filter, and it takes about a minute per frame. So those visual effects, and there's very few in this movie, removing wires and things like that, or maybe telephone poles or something. Then we record that piece out on this negative here, and then that gets cut in to the film. So that's kind of the whole story of, you know, a little bit of the background of this movie that you're going to see in Regal Theaters July 21st.
July 21st.
That's where you're going to go. And so now
they were clearly told before shooting this by, like, the directors or managers, whoever, make sure to plug the movie. Say that it's coming out on 21st of July, like, over and over again. Say it as much as you can.
Go and look at the projection technology. So here we go.
It is ironic, though, that I love analog technology, but I can't read analog time. Like, if you show me, like, a physical clock with, like, the hands turning, I'll just look at it and be like, okay. So this hand is pointing to... The long hand is pointing to 3. No, wait, hold on. Whenever I've had, like, an exam in school and I have to, like, keep an eye on the time because of the analog clock, I'm like, I'm so fucked.
And we'll go down this hall again.
Yes.
I've never been able to read analog time.
No, this is so fascinating. I have to say, I didn't know that it took 31 days for it to go into digital. That's like very extensive process.
You could do it very much quicker if you did it at 1 or 2K.
Sorry if I didn't say that already and I missed it. There's a lot of technology talk.
Even higher resolution because the IMAX frame has 18K
Again, no, this is still
resolution.
more interesting.
18K.
But there's no
18K. Wait, what?
Much quicker.
Is that a thing?
Very extensive process.
You could do it very much quicker if you did it at 1 or 2K, but this is 8K.
Yeah.
In actual fact, we would like to do it even higher resolution because the IMAX frame has 18K of resolution horizontally.
18K.
But there's no machine in the world that can actually capture that amount of data digitally.
That's crazy.
We could maybe invest some money and get a 12K.
That's crazy because, like, the highest K of, like, a TV that we have currently is like 8K or 12K. I'm not sure, but IMAX movie is like 18K. That's holy shit.
We have an 8K scanner.
I wonder what that would look like. I feel like in, like, 20 years, I'm gonna, like, look back at this stream and I'm gonna be like, bro, I had no idea. I had no idea what I was talking about. I wonder what, like, the highest K you can get to is before it looks like you are just watching a room of people. Like, it's just real life.
Which we're very happy with, but it's no investment. You've got to picture of the paper. This machine in the 18K. I'd like to do it even higher resolution because the IMAX frame has 18K of resolution horizontally.
18K.
But there's no machine in the world
So
that can
sorry,
actually capture that amount of data digitally.
God,
Just
that
doesn't
is
exist.
very
You could maybe
cherry
invest
Coke
some money
smelling.
and get a 12K scanner, but
I'm so sorry, it's not very respectful.
Which we're very happy with. But
I'm just drinking a lot of soda right now.
Picture of the paper.
Definitely. David, is the ping pong table over there a secret to the IMAX
Yes,
process?
all film has to be set on that table or it
Yes.
can't be released. Absolutely.
Great.
So now we're going to go up to the dark projection room.
Okay, we're going to the dark projection room. Get excited.
Get excited.
Yeah, I've been excited this whole time. I know I don't sound excited, but it's because I'm cozy. Resting voice, resting bitch voice.
I wonder how many fans we have following us.
Oh, bro.
You're going to get a coffee.
Oh, bro.
You remember, it's a secure facility, so we have to.
You got a snail following you, so you gotta be slow.
Now we're going to go into. We have two big theaters here,
Okay.
and we're going to go in this theater. It's
Okay.
kind of dark.
You guys, there's an exclusive screening going on, so this is top secret. It's going to be dark for a few minutes, and don't tell anyone.
Guys, don't tell anyone. Wait, shit, I'm telling you. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. God damn it. Well, you guys don't tell anyone, okay?
Okay, there's nothing on screen, so we're kind of okay. So you can kind of light us. So this is kind of cool. Remember I told you we had the 31 reels of interpositive we have to scan. It was 31 days. This is the world's only 65 millimeter rolling loop projector that we checked all the IPs to make sure they were good before we digitized them.
Wow.
So that's this projector here. And then next to that, this is our Theater 3. These are two digital projectors, very similar to the projectors that are in all of the Regal theaters that are in film. And IMAX is unique. Even in 2D, we subpixel line. We're 60% brighter, but we use two projectors even in 2D, and that gives us better clarity. We have an image enhancer. That's why IMAX movies look so cool, because we always use two projectors, and that helps things like screen door effect and color saturation. We subpixel digital projectors, very similar to the projectors that are in all of the Regal theaters that are in film. And IMAX is unique. Even in 2D, we subpixel line. We're 60% brighter, but we use two projectors even in 2D, and that gives us better clarity. We have an image enhancer. That's why IMAX movies look so cool, because we always use two projectors, and that helps things like screen door effect and color saturation, and that's what is in most Regal theaters. Now let's go to the theater where we're
Great.
just in.
And if you guys are just tuning in, we are live at the
wonder what each
IMAX
projector
Corporation
does.
headquarters
It's
here
two
with
projectors
Chief
for
Quality
everyone.
Officer David Healy. He's giving us an exclusive tour of the IMAX Corporation headquarters, including the projection room that we're in right now.
Okay, come on, Nina. Let's go to the theater we saw earlier.
Awesome, we're heading to a theater.
Didn't they say that they're having an exclusive screening? Aren't they like talking over the film if there's people
We
watching
kept the
them?
lights on here for you.
Like an exclusive
Excellent.
screening.
And so these are, again, the two xenon projectors that are in the Regal theaters.
These are called xenon projectors?
These are dual xenon projectors.
Dual xenon.
IMAX proprietary process.
Amazing.
And then watch your step here. These are IMAX laser projectors.
Laser projectors, that is so cool.
And then here's IMAX film projectors. And as I said, in Regal, 6 of their theaters have film, and that's Mr. Nolan would love as many fans as possible to see the movie in film, in IMAX.
Yes.
And then here you can see here, this is the IMAX film, and you can probably see the big 15 perf advance. That's one frame there.
Wow.
And the Regal theaters, there's 2 of these projectors, and there's another projector called a GT. Because this is a 2D movie, it only uses one projector. And if you look way down, we're going to go down there now.
Okay.
The film comes up from our storage room, and it goes all the way down there.
Wow.
And all the way up here and down. And we're just getting ready to probably look at some the last reels of the release prints of Bodega Bay
Wow.
Dunkirk.
I have to say the laser projectors might be the coolest thing that I've seen today. This is crazy.
Well, we have laser projectors in about 50 locations around the world. They're just new.
Amazing. Follow us, guys. So we're gonna see where down those holes lead you. I'm excited.
And of course, because this is a 143 theater, it's very high, so the projectors from that height, so we got to go down 3 flights of stairs.
Of course. We're here with David Peely, Chief Quality Officer of IMAX, and we're at the IMAX Corporation headquarters here in Los Angeles, California.
And we're going to go
I am still interested why they need to like have the is it because there is like so much film that they have to like have like 3 stories for it to like go up and down? Like, because earlier he showed us in like a different clip that like I think we're in like a different building. He showed like the film like goes like it like runs like from like the top to the bottom of a building, and I'm like, I wonder why that is, especially because he said like the IMAX reel runs horizontally, or maybe like that's a different thing. I'm processing a lot of information. It's very cerebral, very cerebral stream.
An IMAX platter, one of the largest ones we ever made. And this movie is just over an hour and 3/4, but Mr. Nolan's previous movie, Interstellar, filled this platter here and weighed about 1,000 pounds. Had 47 reels in it, and Dunkirk has 31 IMAX reels.
Wait, so like the whole reel takes up that thing? Holy crap! Wait, so what is the smaller reels in the metal tins? Yeah, there's a lot of technical information. Sometimes they've been saying things that like I don't think they've clarified either. Like using like acronyms for stuff that I'm like, I don't know what that means, but it's okay.
Amazing.
It runs horizontally and
Yay!
about 1,000 pounds. Had 47 reels.
But if it runs horizontally, then how come the film has to like be like vertically like up and down 3 floors of a building? I don't get it.
In it, and Dunkirk has
That's huge. That's such a big wheel.
31 IMAX reels.
Amazing.
It runs horizontally and
How heavy
has
did you say?
31 IMAX reels. Had 47 reels. Filled this platter here and weighed about 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds. I don't know how heavy that is in stone, because over here in Britain we measure stuff in stone. I'm gonna look that up really quick. 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds? Ridiculous. 1,000 pounds. It's a little that's a little reference for you Britons in the chat. 1,000 pounds in stone. Holy shit! 71 stone? Oh my god. For reference, I am like I think I'm like 8 or 9 stone. Holy shit. So this is like mental maths. This is like 7 mimes. 7, 8 mimes. Damn. Would you guys carry 7 or 8 mimes on your platter?
47 reels in it, and Dunkirk has 31 IMAX reels.
Amazing.
It runs horizontally, and I think we showed it before, but here's
Oh wait, I think I get it now. So like the big platter is like the big platter is like the actual reel, whereas like in the metal case that's like the film rolls. So they have to like put the film rolls on the reel. But like he like picked up the case like it was nothing, so there's no way it was £1,000. I'm confusing myself.
These prints, we're just shipping them out. We have about almost 40 locations for this.
I like that he still got his torch even though they're not in the dark anymore.
Of Dunkirk. And yeah, Bodega Bay was the working title of this film, so that's some really cool exclusive knowledge that we're getting, seeing this directly on the reel.
Just like having a great day.
Now, so here, remember we showed you where we were?
Yes.
And just pan up, Britt, and there's where we were. And this is IMAX film, getting ready to look at IMAX. You know, we've always...
Yeah, so like this is what I was talking about, like the IMAX film is being like, I don't know what you'd call it, suspended between like the ground floor and like the third floor. But like how does that work when it's like, how does that work when the reel is being held horizontally? Doesn't that like damage it or something? Or I don't know.
Try to do the very best, be a gold standard. So every motion picture print we make, all the DCP masters are looked at by very qualified people to make sure the brightness, sound, very important.
Are you one of those qualified people?
I think so.
I think so too.
But we have lots of people that we're training to do that, because when you have 1,200 theaters in 75 countries, there's a lot of work to get done.
Definitely. Well, this has been an amazing exclusive tour of the IMAX Corporation headquarters. We're here with David Keeley, Chief Quality Officer of IMAX, the IMAX man himself, as I like to say. Thank you so much for this incredible tour.
Thank you, Nina. And don't forget, July 21st, where you're going to be, at the IMAX Theater. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Damn. That was fun. That was interesting. I wanna watch more. I wanna watch more about David Keeley. Let's see. Message from IMAX's Chief Quality Gurus David and Patricia Keeley.
Hi, I'm David Keeley.
And I'm Patricia Keeley, and we're the Chief Quality Gurus here at IMAX.
For almost 50 years, Patricia and I have devoted ourselves to ensuring audiences have the best-in-class experience at IMAX, something our fans have come to expect. We have dedicated our lives to this, and we're extraordinarily proud of it.
We work day in and day out with studios, filmmakers, and our teams here at IMAX to ensure the best quality presentation for fans around the world.
Finishing a film of Tenet's magnitude during a pandemic was an interesting challenge that required flexibility and perseverance. In the end, however, we delivered without compromise in quality. We watched Tenet in IMAX many times with Mr. Nolan, and in our last approval screening, I asked if he was happy. He turned and looked at me, and even through his mask, I could tell he was smiling broadly.
Since COVID, IMAX has continued to work with our exhibition partners around the world to ensure you and your family...
Sorry, I said, oh God, because I was working in a cinema when Tenet was out, and I got like flashbacks.
...can return to the IMAX experience you love, safely. Quality now means even more. It means that you feel great the minute you walk into the doors of an IMAX theater, and that you enjoy every second of the IMAX experience. For that to happen, we know you need to feel safe and well taken care of. We want to know that all your expectations are being met, and we love to hear about it when they're being exceeded. But also, if you have a problem, we need to know. It's the only way we can work together to do something about it.
We're here to serve you through the quality you expect from IMAX, from picture to sound to safety and comfort when you walk into an IMAX theater.
We hope to hear from you soon.
And there they have their email address again. I do love that. I do love that they were like persistent about like, please talk to us. Tell us your thoughts. The 7 Cinemas Picture Houses of Keeley. So this is in Toronto, Canada. It's nice to hear people take pride in their work. Yeah, it is. It feels nice. Bro, this dude looks like Tobin Bell. Who's this? Oh, is he part of the documentary? I thought this was just a random dude that they were just filming. I was like, do you have this dude's permission? But he looks like he's about to speak.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go.
And welcome. I'm doing a documentary on the 7 cinemas that are based in Keighley. And as you can see from
Is he
the
British?
sign, I'm at the bottom of Low Street. Adjacent from me.
Wait, is this Keighley as in Daily Keighley, or is this like in Britain Keighley? Yeah, the town of Keighley. Yeah, okay, this is something else. This isn't the guy. This is a place in England. This isn't it. I was like, why is this dude British? I guess that wasn't in Toronto, Canada. That was in Yorkshire in England. IMAX loudspeakers blow out candles.
T-minus 12. All systems aboard Discovery are go. 11. This mission continuing a permanent human presence in space. 10.
I'm lowering my volume just in case.
8. 7.
Be prepared for possible loudness.
Go for main engine start.
That's crazy.
T-minus.
Like how does sound like, I guess like the physical movement of the air from the sound particles moving the air like blurs it out. IMAX and David Keighley. Wait, am I allowed to watch this first of all? I want to make sure that there's no like copyright on the video. I don't want to get in trouble just for watching documentaries.
Right here with David Keighley, he has a very long title. I think the real important thing here is that he's like the grand poobah of the technical side of IMAX. I think the real important thing here is that he's like the grand poobah of
the grand poobah? Is that like a Canadian way of saying unk? I don't know.
The technical side of IMAX, and he was featured.
One of them.
One of them. It's a collaborative process.
It's a collaborative process. I run sort of the post-production division. That's the easiest way to say it.
I had the good fortune of being able to tour the IMAX facility with David, who is a living legend and who has been with IMAX for over 38 years. I decided to ask David how they got the IMAX films into a digital medium for playback in movie theaters across the country. So you're telling me 56 reels
for
of
Monsters
film
versus this
gets put on there.
Put on there for the digital theaters. Take a lot of pride in making sure that it's precise because there's very little time to adjust things. So even though we may have, there's 56 reels in Monsters vs. Aliens, they'll all be printed at the same light because we're very fastidious in making sure that all the color parameters are locked in.
Okay. Well, I have monopolized enough of Mr. Keighley's time, so I thought I should just sit down with him for a few more moments, pick his brain, and get the heck out of there.
I remember, like, cause I'm thinking about when I went to go see Monsters vs. Aliens in the cinema. That was like such a fun experience. Like it was, because I also saw that in 3D, and that was another like core memory for me where I was like, excuse me, excuse me, where like the 3D was like a big part of like the cinema experience for me. Like I remember, I think it's like near the start of the movie, there's like a dude like playing with like a ball and a paddle, like, you know, like the ball on a string attached to like a paddle. There's like a dude playing with it, and he like faces it towards the camera, and like the ball looks like it's like literally in front of my face. And it like jump scared me so bad, and I was like laughing out loud so hard with my friend who I like went to go see the movie with. And there was another part where like the alien, like the like main alien villain guy, he's like making like a cup of tea with like a teapot and like the spoon and sugar and stuff, and like the spoon is like floating in front of your eyes, and I remember like reaching my hand out to like try and grab it, and like closing like my hand around it. I was like, oh my, like it's like I can physically touch it. Like it's the power of cinema, man.
As a filmmaker, okay. Well, I have monopolized enough of Mr. Keighley's time, so I thought I should just sit down with him for a few more moments, pick his brain, and get the heck out of there. Right? It's like, as a filmmaker, you can paint on a small canvas or a huge canvas. IMAX allows the filmmaker to paint on a massive canvas.
Right, and Chris Nolan had the vision, and of course he he wrote a movie that adapted itself great to the large screen and actually shot 23 minutes in IMAX.
What an absolutely incredible day getting to tour the facility at IMAX, having the honor to meet David Keeley and learn from him more about the technical aspects of bringing that big screen experience to people around the world. It was truly a great day, and I want to thank everyone at IMAX for a truly incredible experience.
I really wish I could have met him myself. Like, you know, there's like... like, you know, there's certain like celebrities where you see them and you're like, again, I don't like using the word celebrities, but I don't know what other word to use. It's professionals, I guess. There's like certain professionals that I'm like, you know, you probably don't want to meet them because they're probably not that nice in real life, but this guy, David Keeley, Mr. Keeley, he seems like he was like actually like a genuinely nice person to speak to in real life, like down to earth. Like the fact that like he left his like, or like he's, I'm not sure if they still do, I'd like to hope that they do in his memory, and that his wife Patricia or another person picks up the emails. But just the fact that he was like spending his weekends responding to emails, and like he like does all these interviews, or he like just talks to people like person to person, like it's nice. Like he actually seems like a person. Because sometimes you'll see these people in the industry and they've kind of forgotten where they came from, like, because all actors, all directors, writers, everyone involved with filmmaking, we all started in this industry because we watched film and it inspired us in one way or another. And some people, you can tell, like really have forgotten that, like the origins, but like this is a man who clearly has not forgotten his origins, and the fact like he still remembers like the first movie he saw in IMAX, the first movie he saw in general, and he still can like tell these stories to people years and years later it's heartwarming. What was the Oppenheimer FOC panel heute Dan Sasaki. I haven't seen Oppenheimer, so to be fair, I haven't seen Dunkirk.
Heute, that was
or an interview. Nolan Archives. Oh god, if this is Universal Studios, I don't know if we'll be able to watch this. I don't know if you guys noticed, but we did a 2-part stream where we talked about Bridget Jones' Mad About the Boy. The first one we just watched the movie. The second part we skipped through the movie and talked about several elements of all the things to do with the movie for hours. But the second part actually got blocked from being able to be watched on YouTube by Universal because I guess like some of the music they were like came through and they were like nope. And I thought I did a good job of like pausing it before the music started playing, but never mind. I haven't watched a movie outside watch-alongs in so long. Really, you need to like, you know what I think is something that I think everyone should do at least once in their life as well, is go to the cinema by yourself. It's an experience. Like I've been to the cinema by myself on only a few occasions. I think the first time was to see Ted by Seth MacFarlane. But the second time was to see Shaun of the Dead, 20 bloody years anniversary at the cinema. And that movie was kind of an example of like why IMAX is so important to like movies, because like the quality of Shaun of the Dead on like the big screen, or at least like the screens we have in our current day, you could see the quality drop. And it's unfortunate because Shaun of the Dead is like one of my favorite movies. But like, I digress. Going to the cinema, like, even like the first time I went, I remember being like, oh my god, is anyone gonna yell at me because I'm here by myself? I'm in this movie by myself. Because not gonna lie, that the first time I went to a movie by myself, I sneaked in. I didn't pay. I was bad. I was a very bad girl. Because at my local cinema, there was so many times where like me and my family bought tickets and we just walked in and like no one said anything. So I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna go to the cinema by myself and I'm gonna see if I can just walk into a movie. And I feel bad for that because obviously, like, you know, the revenue from tickets goes towards the supporting the movie. But this was when I was a teen. Excuse me, when I was like 14, 15. But I remember like sitting there, like watching the movie by myself, and I was like, this feels like I felt like an alien touching grass for the first time. I was just like looking around like oh my god, do people know that I'm here by myself? This is such a weird experience. But like it was kind of fun, not gonna lie. And I went the second time, like off the top of my head, these are the only 2 times I remember. The second time was when I went to go see Shaun of the Dead for the 20th anniversary re-release. So that was not last year, but the year before. I went to my local. I think did I see that in IMAX? I saw it in like really good picture quality. Well, as good as it could be. But like I went there by myself and it was really nice. Like I took myself out for a dinner date beforehand. Like I went to a Wagamama. I got like I ate some yummy food. I had like some like yummy cocktails. I walked around and did a little bit of window shopping because it was like what do you call it? It was like a mall, I guess you'd call it. And then I went to see the movie. Like I got some caramel covered popcorn, salted caramel covered popcorn, and I got like I was gonna get like a mixed Tanga or like a mixed slushy, but because it was Shaun of the Dead, I specifically got like a fully red one because you know the blood. And I had a great time, like just watching them, like this movie that I've already watched like probably 1,000 times, but watching it again on the big screen, even like by myself, I was so chilled out, and I was just like, this is great. I haven't, and it's sad because I haven't like really done that in a while. Like usually when I have the chance to go to the cinema, it's just like my friends being like, oh my god, this movie came out, do you guys want to come see it? And you know, a lot of times they like offer to pay for my ticket too, which is really nice. But like, I want to go to the cinema by myself again. Naughty snail, how dare you be a teenager? I just, you know, it's just a start. I don't know. I feel bad. Unfortunately, that is the risk of stuff like that on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, that's why I've been like looking in the description. Like the past few videos we've looked at, they don't seem to have like any kind of copyright. But yeah, I did want to mention that like the second part of the Bridget Jones stream, like I do still have access to the stream, but like it's not accessible to the public because Universal were just like, you showed this clip, you showed this clip, you showed this clip. But I was like, I thought this would be fine because I was like talking nearly like the whole time. Like I made it transformative content. It's not like just me playing the movie. I'm like talking and I'm like in front of the movie with my model and everything. But Universal is kind of a cunt. Okay, so I think I wanna look up David Keeley's IMDb because we've done like a lot of video watching, but I want to do some reading. need to make the screen bigger because my eyes are so bad. I actually got new glasses last year, but I swear, like, you know when you go for an eye test and they say, like, is this one stronger or is this one stronger? Blue or green? Blue or green? I think either I answered the questions wrong or they just, I don't know, because I swear, like, these glasses are shit. I swear they're not, like, I can't read, like, small text that's far away. My eyes, bro. Transformative is a legal defense, but that doesn't stop the bots. True. I watched Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter by myself way back then. It was a blast. Oh my god, that sounds so fun. Holy shit, oh my god. I want to go to the cinema, bro. I want to go by myself, but I'm scared. I'm a little scared. But I wanna. And I really recommend that you guys do as well if you get the chance to. At least once in your life, you need to take yourself out for a meal, and you need to take yourself out, not in the same day, obviously you don't need to, but you need to take yourself out for a meal just by yourself at least once in your life, and you need to go to the cinema by yourself at least once in your life. I recommend it. As someone who's done it, you know, I've taken myself out for a meal only like once, sure. Taken myself to the cinema by myself twice, but I want to do it again. Okay. David Keeley was a Canadian film producer and executive widely recognized as one of the key figures behind the IMAX industry. Over a career spanning more than 50 years, he was regarded as the guardian of the IMAX experience. He helped define its visual and sound standards and supervised the production of nearly 50 IMAX films worldwide. Also, I'm going to play my background music so it's not just a mild dumbass voice. 1948 to 2025. Non-fit to net. Oh yeah, so during the pandemic, almost for the entire pandemic, I worked in the same cinema actually where I sneaked in as a kid to watch Ted. I ended up working for him. So, you know, they probably made more money off me from me working for them to make up for me sneaking into the movie. But anyway, yeah, when they brought up Tenet in the other documentary, I was like, ugh. Just because when Tenet came out, I was working as a cinema host in my local cinema. And I haven't seen the movie Tenet myself, but I would have to go into the movie, the screenings to check everything was okay, there was no problems, and to wait for people to leave so I could clean up and stuff. So I saw the endings of many movies that I haven't seen, and lots of different clips of Tenet and such. So yeah, I haven't watched it, but hearing Tenet, I'm like, oh, working in the cinema was a fun experience, but then COVID came along and completely ruined it. Known for Tenet, The Dark Knight Rises, Oppenheimer. Previous to the Arctic, executive in charge of post-production, IMAX, in 2012. Solamax, additional post-production services as David Keeley for DKP 70mm Inc. 2000. Michael Jordan to the Max, executive in charge of post-production 2000. Island of the Sharks, executive in charge of IMAX post-production. He loves he loves IMAX in post-production, and I love him for that. 1999 Super Speedway, 1997 First Improved China post-production consultant, 1990 Speed post-production consultant, 1984 Grand Canyon: The Hidden Secrets, post-production consultant, 1985. This sounds like a documentary as well. Additional crew. Consultant IMAX. Why does it say consultant IMAX for these four, and then for Oppenheimer it says IMAX consultant? Maybe this is like a someone added this unofficially, maybe. I don't know. Producer. Oh, he was a producer apparently previously. He was a producer on The Living Sea from 1995, Titanica. He was the executive producer in 1992. And in 1979, he was the producer of a short movie called Nomads of the Deep. Cool. He was born April 12th, 1948 in Toronto, Canada. Why do they only mention Jeff and not his siblings as the children though? Yeah, that is David Keeley. Very interesting and important person in the film industry. Thank you, David Keeley, for everything you did for our industry and continue to do for our industry. Because, you know, I never like to speak in past tense even when someone passes away, because they did so much in their life that, you know, still defines so many people's lives to this day. And it's really, you know, they're basically still around. Like, that's, I've never liked to speak in past tense when it comes to someone like passing away, because memories keep people alive, and this man like clearly defined so many people's lives with his memory and his existence. So thank you, David Keeley. You do and did so much for our industry. Thank you. I wanna learn about more people. I'm gonna look up like and see if there's like a list of like people who have. This is gonna be like a very large list, but I want to pick someone out from like a list of people who have contributed to the film industry. Obviously this is a very large list. I guess I'll specifically look up like pioneers, because David Keeley was a pioneer of IMAX technology and quality. So let's see. I don't want to look at the AI overview. Early film pioneers who helped cinema along. David Keeley has his legacy assured. 100%. Okay, let's see. P.J.C. Janssen. Pierre Jules César Janssen was a French astronomer born in Paris into a cultivated family. He studied mathematics and physics at the Faculty of Sciences. One sec, I'm gonna bring my monitor a little closer. Eve. Oh. Excuse me. He studied mathematics and physics at the Faculty of Sciences, then taught at the... Is that lychee? Like the fruit? Oh wait, I think I need to plug my charger in. Hold on. I assume it's not like lychee the fruit, by the way. I'm just playing. I'm just being an old dummy. Oh god, I hope I don't break my charger. Like straight stretching it really far. Fucking hell. They need to make longer charges, seriously, like longer phone charges. Okay, so Jansen taught at the Lycée Charles Magne in 1853 and in the School of Architecture from 1865-1871, but his energies were mainly devoted to various scientific missions interested to him. Wait, so I guess let's look at, like, because I think this is like here, this like bit in yellow, this is like what they contributed. The man who filmed the transit of Venus across the sun in 1874 became possibly the first to try to create photographic moving images. Oh, interesting. I guess let's look at this guy first. Can I like read more? In 1868 he discovered what? What did he discover? Okay, I think this is just... Hold on. Let me click on the man's name. I think he'll say here. Here we go, yeah. In 1868, he discovered the gaseous nature of the solar chromosphere, and along with English scientist Joseph Norman Lockyer, I'm so sorry that I'm not saying these names properly, I'm really sorry. I've made it like my life's mission to try say anyone's name properly, because my name has always been said wrong and it hurts to say anyone else's name wrong. I need to hear it for me to know how to say it. I apologize. Oh, sorry, that I did not fart. That was my phone holder. Let's see. And along with English scientist Joseph Norman Lockyer, the element helium. Wait, so this guy discovered helium with a scientist? Huh. In 1874, in order to capture a series of photographs of transit of Venus, Janssen invented the revolver of Janssen, or photographic revolver, an instrument that originated the chronophotography, a branch of photography based on capturing movement from a sequence of images. This was a large camera based on the Maltese cross mechanism, which is an important milestone in the development of cameras used to film movies. This was a large camera based on the Maltese cross mechanism, which is an important milestone. Maltese cross mechanism. The revolver could take several dozens of exposures at regulated intervals on a daguerreotype disc. Later, this invention was of great use to researchers like Etienne Jules Méry to carry out expeditions and inventions. Janssen's series of photographs covering the transit of planet Venus, captured in Passage of Venus, was a pioneering and historic register that survived the test of time and is considered by many as the oldest film ever created, possibly the very first where moving images were used. I wanna see this. Janssen was the president of the Société Astronomique de France, SAF, the French Astronomical Society, from 1895 to 1897. Janssen named minor planet 225 Henrietta, discovered by Johann Palisa after his wife Henrietta. I want to see this. Oh, ow, one of my hairs got stuck in my headphones. I want to see Passage of Venus. Can I like watch this? Early chronophotography of the 1874 Venus transit captured by Julius Johnson in Japan using his photographic revolver for scientific research. I like that it's got reviews. Is this something that we can like watch on YouTube? Oops. We aren't talking about the Oscars. The Oscars done disrespected film industry. The Oscars, nuh-uh. The Oscars done disrespected film industry homies. I want to see if we can... Oh, it's a minute long. I mean, I'm curious. Passage of Venus. Original title, Passage de Venus. That's so cool. Wait, so is that like what is it again? Like Venus moving across? Is it like... Is it an eclipse? This is currently the oldest title included on IMDb, although it doesn't really fit the common definitions of what a movie or motion picture actually is. Let's agree that this is one of the oldest photographic recordings that we can now watch as a movie. I always thought, there's this one movie called, is it called like De Luna? I think it's also a French production. I thought that that was like the first movie ever. It's called like, I'm probably not remembering this properly, but like De Luna Lune. And it's about like people like going to the moon. And like it's like really interesting looking. The film industry is full of unsung heroes. Yeah, for real. Like, you know, celebrities get all the glitz and glamour of Oscars and Hollywood, but let's just take some time to look back at the people who started it all. Because of the astronomical subject, it seems extra remarkable that a photo sequence of the rare passage of Venus over the face of the sun would be one of the first chronophotographic sequences. So what we see here is Venus passing over the sun. Let's see it again. That's so interesting. It's only like 5 seconds long, but it's honestly kind of sick. Like the context is sick as well. Let's see. Wait. Years before Muybridge published his first. Also, this was before even the like horse in motion sequence. Interesting. Years before Muybridge had published his first sequence. I wonder what could be classed as like the first movie in that case, because I think originally I thought the first ever movie was called like, I'm gonna look this up. It's called like De Luna Lune or something. But like since watching the movie Nope by Jordan Peele, that movie said that the first motion picture was of a man on a horse, but apparently this was before that. I'm gonna look at it. De Luna Lune? Elise De Luna Lune? No, that's a song. What am I thinking of? Is it just called De Lune? De Lune movie? Yeah, I think this might be it. Maybe? Or I'm not sure. Le voyage dans la lune. I'm not sure if I'll be allowed to play this. I think this is it. Le voyage dans la lune. This is what I thought was like the first film. A Trip to the Moon, or Le Voyage dans la Lune, is a 1902 French adventure film directed by Georges Méliès. I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing that right. Inspired by a wide variety of sources, including Jules Verne's novels From the Earth to the Moon and Around the Moon. The film follows a group of astronomers who travel to the moon in a cannon-propelled capsule, explore the moon's surface, escape from an underground group of Selenites, lunar inhabitants, and return to Earth with a captive Selenite. It features an ensemble cast of French theatrical performers led by Méliès himself, I'm so sorry, in the main role of Professor Barbenfuelis, I'm so sorry, and is filmed in the overly theatrical style for which Méliès became famous. A Trip to the Moon was named one of the 100 greatest films of the 20th century by The Village Voice, ranked 84th. This film remains the best known of the hundreds of films made by Méliès, and the moment in which the capsule lands in the moon's eye remains one of the most iconic and frequently referenced images in the history of cinema. Is widely regarded as the earliest example of the science fiction film genre, and more generally as one of the most influential films in cinema history. Yeah, this is what I thought the first film ever was, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to play this. Let's see. I'm gonna like look up real quick if it's like copyright. I mean, it's over 100 years old, it can't be copyrighted, surely. It should be fine, it should be fine. I want to go back to learning more about Jansen in a minute. I don't remember if I ever actually like watched this, I just knew of it. I mean, really quick, I should look up if I can watch this. Just for professional reasons, I should look it up. The original film is free from copyright restrictions. Hey! I figured. It's public domain, yeah. I'm gonna say, like, this is an old film. This is from 1902. So this is classed as like, I'm gonna like move myself a bit to the side. This is classed as like one of the, if not the first sci-fi movie, like the first ever sci-fi movie, I guess. Let me move myself to the side a bit as well. Sorry, I should have done this a while ago, but I was like nerding out about like the like IMAX projector stuff. Oh, my neck hurts. Ouch. I need to like lay down during this movie. Do you think like when movies were made in 1902, because this is like a 15-minute movie, do you think they would have like known that someday movies are going to be like hours long? Okay, so we are watching Le Voyage dans la Lune. Oh, my neck. music, David Shaw, Billy Brass Quintet. Is this like a new credit? Because the YouTube channel is Billy Brass Quintet. There's one frumpy trumpet. I guess that's why they call it extra trumpet, because it rhymes with frumpet. They look like a bunch of wizards. Are these the Lunar Nights? I'm so sorry. She was wearing like blue shorts, I couldn't help but look. Damn, y'all got the back, y'all got some thick Lunar Nights. Okay, y'all sit down, sit down. Are they talking about going to the moon? Because he's like pointing upwards. I think we are, yeah. So these are just people that want to go to the moon, like moon nerds. D&D used to be a more elaborate. Yeah, he's talking about going to the moon. He's like drawing a little diagram on the board about going to the moon. I really do love when movies, you don't need to like movies really transcend language barriers sometimes, and I love that. I think that's part of why I love movies, because in instances like this, like, we just have the soundtrack and visual cues. We don't have to rely on language, like verbal language, and we can just enjoy a story and escape for a little bit in this little story that someone made. And it's nice. That's like the simplest way I can describe it, is it's nice. It's, I would think of a more descriptive term, but I just want to watch the movie. What is he throwing papers at him? You can even see like the qualities, like, because I remember looking up about this movie in university, and I think what I looked up about this is like the original movie, like part of the film was like burned or like lost. I can't remember. I need to look it up again at some point. But that's why the quality kind of, like the contrast and brightness kind of change a bit in this segment. Because I can't remember why. Something about like, I want to see if someone like mentions it in the comments. Sorry, I know I'm like pausing the film in between, but okay, everyone's just saying memes. I'll look it up when I remember. Do you think they were like given actual scripts, or do you think they were just told to be very physical? Because that's the vibe I'm getting, is they were just told to be very physical. harassment. Like the over the top physicality. I'm interested how like they did like the fade out just then. Like, how did they do that? Was editing technology a thing in this time? Like it's almost like slapstick. Like they like move around. And it's fun to think that camera movement had to be invented to begin with. Camera movement? What do you mean, like moving pictures? I love that the props are like cardboard as well. It's or like that, for example. I don't know if it's like an actual telescope because it's like brightly like painted. I do like that a lot of like the props and background elements are just like painted 2D scenes. I love when like 3D and 2D is mixed together. It feels like I love like mixed media. It makes it feel more like I'm not sure what the term is, but just makes it more fun to look at. Yeah, all starting cameras are 100% static, as you can see. They cannot move around with them. Yeah, God, it's even harder when you do not harder, sorry. It's even it's like a whole other, it's a whole different thing. So when you're trying to do like a stop motion movie, like I love stop motion, but like you've got to have like a proper rig or a proper tripod for your camera, because otherwise you are just constantly moving the camera for every frame, and your camera cannot move when you're making a stop motion movie. Because otherwise it messes everything up. I've only made like a few short stop motion movies in my time, but holy shit. And only one of the times I had like a proper rig, because I made it in college. Damn, shorty, you fly. Like someone had to like pan this background a little bit. I love how like over the top they painted like the technology as well to get to the moon. I wonder how these people would have reacted that only like, what, 48 years later? Wasn't it in 1950 that we first landed on the moon? Oh my god, that face! I love it. I love it. So apparently that scene is like one of the most referenced scenes in cinema history. I love it. It looks like a Coke can in the eye. That was apparently the one thing. I wonder how these people would have reacted that only like about 50 years later we actually did land on the moon. So like this is their perception of like what the moon looked like. So like you can still see the sunrise and everything. This is where the lunar nights are. I love how they came to the moon in like formal gear, like waistcoats hats and top hats and umbrellas. Oh, bro, this is what I look like right now, tucked up in bed, all cozy and blinking. Let's all have a sleepover, fellow spaceteers. I don't know. They do not look like astronauts. Are those lunar nights in the sky? If you didn't know, in the original Wizard of Oz movie, in the scene where it's snowing, that snow is actually asbestos. I hope that's not the same case here. Wait, why did his umbrella turn into a mushroom? Civilized race than like little glumping gnomes that can put their fucking legs behind their shoulders like that. That looks so funny. Oh wait, they are like a civilized race. They arrested them. So they are a civilized race. They get a bit silly sometimes. I guess that's kind of like us, except we're always silly, and by silly I mean kind of fucked up. Wait, did they just steal like the king? Did they just steal the king? Brother, you can't just do that. It's like so practical. I really love the practicalities. Oh, condoms changed. After this I'm gonna look up why the quality changes because I looked it up at uni and I remember knowing the reason at uni, but it's been years since then. I think it was maybe it been left out in the sun. Because it's been a long time. I really like the 3D with the 2D. They've even got little salamander, like they had like a painting of undersea behind like an aquarium that they just like dunked a like rocket toy. What are they gonna do with the lunar light? Pull like a King Kong and just present it on stage and statue and then... Huh. Do we not get to see what happened to the lunar light? Interesting. Hope he's good. Hope that lunar light's good. Wait, they had video editing back then? Massimo Bortoletti, David Gash. Jasper Kills. I need to turn off, where's autoplay? How do you turn off autoplay? I don't know how to turn off autoplay. There's like no button for it. But yeah, that was Le Voyage dans la Lune. I'm gonna look at why the quality like changes throughout. So I think if I'm remembering correctly, it's something to do with like part of the footage is like lost or like got damaged. Why does the excuse me oh my goodness. Le Voyage dans la Lune 1902. Why does the quality change throughout? Good night, Mimi. Good night, Elsa. Are you going to sleep? Are you going night night? Hope you have sweet dreams, Delta. Restoration, colour and variants of Georges Méliès. Trip to the Moon. Okay, so there's this article here that talks about it. Restoration, colour and variants of Georges Méliès' Voyage dans la Lune. Okay. The restored edition of the original colour version. Oh wait, it was originally colour? Okay. The restored edition of the original colour version of Voyage dans la Lune, Trip to the Moon, Georges Méliès, 1902, Lobster Films, 2011, opened the Cannes Film Festival to great wonder and acclaim in 2011. Wait. The 109 years separating the first screening of this famous science fiction film and its recent revision bridge the beginning, and for some film historians, the end of celluloid film culture. 1917, Méliès was forced to destroy much of his collection, as 400 of his films were melted down to form heels for the boots of soldiers during World War II. What? Really? That's crazy. That feels like... That feels... Holy shit. I hate war. I know that's like a very gullible statement, but fucking hell. The coloured version of Trip to the Moon, like 400 of his films were melted down to form heels for the boots for soldiers during World War I. Why? That's crazy. Wait, what is the source for this? Okay, so the source is Manchester University Press, The Birth of Author. Oh, 7 Lost Media. Oh, I love Lost Media. That's so sad. 400 of his films were melted down to make boots for soldiers for the war. Oh my god, that's so depressing. But my model is going crazy, man. Okay, I have to put my phone in front of my face again, because my phone is having trouble tracking it. Why is it having such trouble? I literally have the phone in front of my face. Okay. What is the problem? I'm like trying to reach for my phone charger on the side of the bed or something. The coloured version of Trip to the Moon was discovered in 1993 amongst a collection of 200 silent films donated by an anonymous collector to the Filmoteca de Catalunya in Barcelona. The reconstruction of the coloured version of Trip to the Moon poses question about the status and evolution of the cinema at these pivotal moments. The reconstruction of the coloured version of Trip to the Moon poses question about the stars and evolution of cinema at these pivotal moments. How do newer technologies, particularly those used in digital restoration, impact on the original print? Is colour restored or revived by digital techniques? Is the digital restoration of Trip to the Moon a conservation project, or does it result in the digital restoration? Or does it result in the creation of yet another new version of the film? An investigation of the 2011 restoration blurs traditional notions of originality and complicates the relationship between reproduction and conservation. The restoration highlights the evolving complexities inherent in connections between the film history and digital cinema, with the 2011 incarnation of Trip to the Moon existing at the intersection of celluloid and digital cultures. So, Trip to the Moon was discovered after from the sounds of it, most of this guy's films were like destroyed. And I guess like was part of this film like destroyed too? Because I mean, it kind of sounds like it if it's like needing to be restored. I wish I had my portable charger. The pioneering films by Méliès have been described by Tom Gunning as creating an aesthetic of astonishment, emblematic of the cinema of attractions. Oh, sorry, my belly made a noise. That's so crazy that about the boots thing. That kind of makes me sad. Yeah, there's a lot of missing early cinema. They didn't think it was worth persevering, kind of like what is happening with certain games now. You mean like how Wait, what do you mean, certain games? Can you give me an example? Do you mean like how, what is it? Like the Atari ET game? How like that's basically like lost media because the people that made it didn't like it so much that they dug a hole in the desert and buried it there. Like that kind of thing. Or like how certain consoles aren't made anymore, so like game cartridges for those consoles are like basically becoming lost media. Oh, my neck. The pioneering films by Milius have been described by Tom Gunning. Oh wait, sorry, I just read that. This classification emphasizes the thrill of display. I want to learn more about Judas Janus, because I feel bad that I kind of went and talked about someone else's art while I was talking about him. Is there any more information we can find out about this person? I guess we gotta go on Wikipedia, boys. It's Wikipedia hours. Oh, please, dark mode. Jeez, thank you. Pierre Jules Caesar Janssen, usually known as Jules Janssen, was a French astronomer who, along with English scientist Joseph Norman Lockyer, is credited with discovering the gaseous nature of the solar chromosphere and, with some justification, the element helium. Janssen was born in Paris into a cultivated family. His father, Caesar. Oh, my arm. Born in Paris, 1780, 1860, was a well-known clarinetist from Dutch Belgian descent. His father, Chris Janus Janssen, emigrated from Walloon-Brabant to Paris. His mother, Pauline Marie Lemoyne, was the daughter of the architect Paul. I'm so sorry. I can't say like any of these names. I'm too British. Oh, please give me large text. Oh, thank you. Gonna hide. I guess I'll hide this for now, just so I can read this. Okay. Pierre Janssen studied mathematics and physics at the Faculty of Sciences. He taught the Lecce Charles Magna in 1853 and in the School of Architecture. Like, there's a lot of old cell phone games that are just gone forever. Oh no, that's sad. Or of course live service games that are unplayable once the server shut down. The only game that I know about that that like isn't accessible anymore because the servers are shut down wasn't there like a Friday the 13th game that used to exist, but then like you can't like buy it anymore because like they just stopped production on it, and I was like so sad because when I was debuting I was like I was researching about all the movie games I can look into, and I found out about that, and then I was like, oh, I can't play it. I can't play it, brother. Let's see. His energies were mainly devoted to various scientific missions entrusted to him. Thus, in 1857, he went to Peru in order to determine the magnetic equator. In 1861 and 1862 and 1864, he studied telluric absorption in the solar spectrum in Italy and Switzerland. In 1867, he carried out optical and magnetic experiments at the Azores. He successfully observed both transits of Venus, that of 1874 in Japan, that of 1882 at Oran in Algeria, and he took part in a long series of solar eclipse expeditions, e.g. to Trani in Italy, 1867, Guntur in India, 1868, Algiers, 1870, Siam, 1875, the Caroline Islands, 1883, and the Alcazabra in Spain. I'm so sorry, I'm not saying these things right. I know I keep apologizing, but I don't know what else to say for that. To see the eclipse of 1870, he escaped from the siege of Paris in a balloon. Unfortunately, the eclipse was obscured from him by a cloud. Oh no! Hey, but listen, right? He got to photograph the eclipse of Venus, so it all worked out in the end, right? In the year 1874, Jensen invented the revolver of Jensen, or photographic revolver, instrument that originated the chronophotography. Later, this invention was of great use for researchers like Etienne Jules Marie to carry out expeditions and inventions. Discovery of helium. Let's see if there's a section about Jensen died. So this guy wasn't necessarily Jensen wasn't necessarily like a filmmaker, but he was interested in science and, you know, capturing scientific discoveries. And I mean, you know, in part, like, filmmaking is like a very like technical work. I mean, like, take all the things we were learning in the documentary. Like, it's all very mathematical and scientific works of art. I mean, art in itself is very scientific and mathematic, and that's kind of how film first came to be, was because of the scientist. I mean, I guess he's not exactly a scientist, but an astronomer. I mean, I guess you could say like scientist or physician. I don't know, what would you say? Science is responsible for a lot of changes in media and art. Yeah. I mean, like, because of how our current technology is, we currently can't see the 12K quality of IMAX, but in the future we might be able to, and that'll be because of, you know, like scientific breakthroughs in technology. I want to learn more about the person who's the person who made Dans la Lune. George Miels. When I saw the scene with the moon, it made me think of the TV show The Mighty Boosh. There's this character that's just the moon, and it's like this dude has like white cream all over his face, and he basically just looks like the moon in the little movie we just watched. And he's just like says little things like, everybody look at the moon, everybody see the moon is bright, it's milky white, everybody look at the moon. Hey Jupiter, you don't have no sun or something. Jupiter, you don't have no moon. And stuff like that. He just talks really weird. Me and my friend in maths class used to like joke about, like, we used to reference the moon from Mighty Boosh like all the time. in maths class. It all comes full circle with maths and moons and science. IMDb. The Mighty Boosh. Oh god, it's 5 a.m. Oh no. Oh no, it's 5 a.m. What are we going to do? Georges Méliès was a French illusionist and film director famous for leading many technical and narrative developments in the earliest days of cinema. Méliès, again, I'm sorry I'm not saying that properly, was an especially prolific innovator in the use of special effects, popularizing such techniques such as, yeah, like they had like pyrotechnics in there, almost like the fog machines, the explosions when they like hit when they were attacking the lunar nukes. Popularizing such techniques as substitution splices, multiple exposures, time-lapse photography, dissolves, and hand-painted colour. His films included A Trip to the Moon and The Voyage Across the Impossible, both involving strange, surreal journeys somewhat in the style. I dropped my phone. I'm okay. I just dropped my phone. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Oh, I think I need to sit up because my neck is hurting. Yeah, I said I'm okay. Thank you, though. Let's see. His films included A Trip to the Moon, 1902, and The Voyage Across the Impossible, both involving strange, surreal journeys, somewhat in the style of Jules Verne, and are considered among the most important of early science fiction films. Died at 76. In 2016, a Méliès film, long thought lost, Match de Prestidigitation, 1904, was discovered in a I'm so sorry, in a Czech film archive. Cool. Lost media, bro. Trivia: while shooting one of his life scenes in the Place de l'Opéra in Paris, the camera jammed. It took about a minute to clear the problem and resume shooting. When the film was processed and screened, Méliès saw a bus suddenly turn into a hearse. People in the scene suddenly appeared or disappeared. This accident led to his discovery of stop-motion trickery, which became his first filmic special effects technique. Oh, hell yeah, brother. This stop-motion technique had previously been discovered and used by Thomas A. Edison, but Méliès made extensive use of it in his short films. Charles Chaplin said he was the alchemist of light. Martin Scorsese said that he invented everything, basically. He invented it all. On December 28, 1895, he was a member of the first audience in the world to see Lumiere Brothers cinematographer. And he's regarded as the father of special effects. How was I not taught about this guy in my university course? He built the first movie studio in Europe. By the time he left film production in 1913, he had created over 500 films. He was cinema's first real fantasist, considered the absolute greatest fictional fantasist of his time. He was the first filmmaker to use production sketches and storyboards. D.W. Griffith said about Méliès, "I owe him everything." Showed the first versions of movie trailers by projecting images above the entrance of the theatre Robert Houdin, Paris in 1898. This gave passers-by an idea of what was inside and on the actual screen. That's so cool! He projected images above the entrance of the theatre. So like that was like that's like how trailers originated, was by Méliès projecting images of the movie above the screen, above the door. His movie studio was entirely made of glass. He considered the United States such an important market that his company had an office there. Many of his production sketches and storyboards were captured in English as well as French. Interesting. When he discontinued film production, Milius himself reportedly destroyed the original elements of most of his films. Why? Was he worried that like his films were gonna like be ruined? I mean, you know, it's his art, he can do whatever he wants with it. I'm just curious. Before getting into motion pictures, his jobs, which he reportedly loved, included work as a conjurer, illusionist, and theatre owner/manager. It was this background that fueled his imagination in regards to making motion pictures. Unlike the Lumiere brothers, especially director Louis Lumiere, Georges didn't think that the cinema was simply for recording films, actualities, that taking snapshots of reality. Instead, he considered the medium a perfect vehicle to further escape for an audience. Oh, man. I mean, I've been telling you like this whole stream that like I have wonderful memories of like growing up in the cinema. One of my like fondest memories, or at least a really fond memory I have, like watching, oh sorry, I should probably turn down my BGM a bit, huh? One of my fondest a really fond memory I have growing up was like something me and my little brother would do whenever a movie ended and the credits were playing. I guess you could say I wasn't technically reading the credits, but in a way I was, because it was like the background video to me and my brother doing this. But for some reason, me and my brother would do it where we go right to the very top of all the seats in the cinema, and then we run in like we run along all the seats, going back and forth until we reach the very front row. And I don't know why we did that, but it was like our little tradition that we did all the time when we were growing up. And then when we got to the bottom, we'd go up to the screen at the front and we'd touch the screen. And honestly, just touching the screen, it was like, that was such a crazy experience for me, because it was like, I've just been sat here for like an hour and a half watching this amazing world, this whole story unfold in front of me, and I can physically touch it in front, like I can physically touch it on the wall. It mind bended me. The early filmmakers are truly an interesting bunch. Yeah, I mean, like, it's like how philosophers like Socrates, I can't remember. If you want to know about early philosophers, you probably have to ask Delta. I can't remember names off the top of my head, but like early philosophers were considered like interesting weirdos, but like they were the pioneers of like a lot of important things that got invented in our history. And I guess in this case for the film industry, like this guy was probably a little kooky, but I think every like innovator's a little kooky, because I mean, who wants to be normal? Being kooky is fun. But you know, I think every innovator being kooky is like, it's like I wonder if like the kookiness is just like raw dog autism. We just love what we do so much that we just are so autistic about it. I have not been diagnosed with autism, but like I get people like my friends telling me all the time, like, Mimi, you're so autistic, like you definitely have autism. I need to go to the doctor and get diagnosed already. I'm putting it off. Let's see. The French Surrealist movement in the 1920s brought about a rediscovery of Méliès's surviving films and the acknowledgement of his contributions to the art and industry of motion pictures. Eventually this led to his being awarded the Legion of Honor in 1931. Méliès worked with 2 engineers at his theatre workshop to build a camera of his own. The first prototype weighed over 75 pounds. Wait, so if 1,000 pounds is like 75 stone, how much is 75 pounds? Oh god, I can't work this out. It's too late in the night / early in the morning for maths. He had all his early equipment, projectors, printers, and processing equipment custom made from designs of others, namely the Lumières that he had improved on. His grave is situated in the Pré la Cuisse Cemetery, Paris, France. The theatre Robert Houdin was closed in 1914 as a result of World War I. They sent him to bankruptcy. That's so sad that 400 of his films were melted down to make boots for soldiers in World War I. And then World War I caused his like the theatre that he worked in to close. It's so ironic. Oh my god. It's so sad. Just history isn't kind to artists, I've noticed. Like, you know, big money people and the world isn't very kind to artists and neurodiverse folk, and it's kind of depressing. His first films, like those of the Lumières, were simple life scenes in single frame shots which he added to the programme. His theatre, the Theatre Robert Houdin, he later filmed scenes of himself doing magic tricks. I love that the original, I do love that the father of special effects was basically like a magician, like a illusionist. That makes so much sense now that I think about it. Like from my studies of animatronics and special effects makeup, and I mean I honestly wanted to study pyrotechnics, and when I was joining the course they said like, hey, you can do pyrotechnics, but then when I actually got on the course they said, I asked them about it and they said, oh no, we actually changed that because it got too dangerous, so now we just learn about how to create pyrotechnics in CGI. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I wanted to learn how to make a squib and make shit go bang. Yeah, the original movie magic. It makes so much sense. I love this man. I love this man. I wish I could say his name right. After his film career declined and ended in the early 1910s, he worked at a small candy and toy stand that his second wife, Jehanne d'Orsi, owned in the main hall of the Gare Montparnasse railway station. He was also one of the first makers to use storyboards. His films include A Trip to the Moon 1902 and The Impossible Voyage 1904, both involving strange surreal journeys somewhat in the style of Jules Verne, and are considered among the most important early science fiction films, though their approach is closer to fantasy. His brother Gaston Méliès helped his older brother in his screenplays and film productions, and in 1903 opened a sales office in New York City to market his films in the US. They published a film catalogue with extensive descriptions in English. In that period, Georges would shoot 2 negatives of each of his films, one of which would be sent to the States. I'm gonna be real, I'm not sure, like, I know that, like, I've studied film and everything, but I don't really know what people mean when they talk about negatives and positives. Like, in the documentary where we were being taken through the IMAX theatre, I don't know what positive and negative means. Like, I know about, like, negative space, like, for example, if you have, like, a blank canvas, and you have, like, if you paint, like, an orange in the middle of it, there's a lot of negative space around the orange. But I'm not sure, like, in terms of filmmaking, what positive and negative means. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up what the chemical, what was it called? like the chemical stuff was that was mentioned earlier. I'll look that up after this. They published a film catalogue with extensive descriptions in English. In that period, Georges would shoot 2 negatives of each of his films, one of which would be sent to the States. After his bankruptcy, younger brother Henry Méliès was most helpful running the family shoe factory in London. He founded the Theatre Robert Houdin in France in 1896, where he played most of his films. After completing his education, Méliès joined his brothers in the family shoe business where he learned how to sew. Wait, so was that before or after he worked in the candy store? I guess it was before. On 3rd of May 2018, Google honoured Méliès with its first ever virtual reality doodle. What? Virtual reality doodle? What's that got to do with Méliès? Maybe it had something to do with the moon? I don't know. He tried to buy cinematograph equipment. Excuse me, sorry. Been drinking too much soda. He tried to buy cinematography equipment from the Lumières, but they refused to sell to him. He got into the film business by buying a projector from Robert W. Paul and buying a bioscope camera. He was the father of Georgette Méliès and André Méliès. After 3 years of mandatory military service, his father sent him to London to work as a clerk for a family friend. While in London, he began to visit the Egyptian Hall, run by the London illusionist John Neville Maskelyne, and he developed a lifelong passion for stage magic. Aww. If this guy didn't exist, I don't know if I'd be where I am today. Because, you know, I literally studied special effects at university, and I love special effects in movies, and this man is the father of special effects. Méliès, Méliès, I love you, Méliès. The Méliès studio in Montreal was destroyed. Huh? The Méliès studio in Montreal was destroyed in December of 1945. Why? The French cinematique founder Henry Langlois was able to rescue a number of historic objects from the building. Why was it destroyed? Was it because of World War II? Fucking hell, I hate war. Although he was never able to make another film after 1912 or stage another theatrical performance after 1923, he continued to draw, write to, and advise younger filmmakers and theatrical admirers until the end of his life. What a gamer. What an absolute gamer. He produced the coronation of King Edward the is that 7th? I'm really bad with my Roman numerals, I'm sorry. Enacting the actual event for British release on Coronation Day. Also, here are some quotes from him. In 1932, he said, "My best satisfaction in all is to be sure not to be one day without bread and home." I mean, I think we all aspire to be like that. And in October 1931, he said, "I am happy that many of my films are being rediscovered today. Luckily enough, I am strong and in good health. It is hard to work 14 hours a day without getting my Sundays or holidays, and living in an icebox in winter and a furnace in summer." That's kind of a depressing quote. That's sad that he had to give up his films just to work like a normal job. I feel like that's how a lot of artists have like ended up. Yeah, this is all very important, like film history. Yeah, before I continue, I want to learn more about where is it? Photochemical film. I want to look up about photochemical film. The mighty bush. I've just got the opening theme in my head, and it's literally just the mighty bush. So it's like a very not long song stuck in my head. Yeah. How long has this stream been going? Like nearly 4 hours. Honestly though, the time's passed by quite quick. At least for me. Let's see. Photochemical finish versus digital intermediate differences. Photochemical film. Blend. I don't want the AI overview, fucking hell. How film works for beginners. You know what? Sure.
Film photography is...
Wait, I need to put my headset on.
Film photography is straight up witchcraft. This is something that I wish I knew when I was first learning. It was so confusing to learn what does what. And yeah, I'm gonna explain it to you like you're 5. We're gonna explain how film, the actual film itself, works. And even though it's crude, having this really basic understanding of film will build into everything else that you learn on your film photography journey. Hello, welcome if you are new here. I cover all things creativity, film, photography, a little bit of this and that. So if that's up your alley, please consider subscribing. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be covering the science and magic behind this. And as a avid film photographer who just spent an entire year only shooting on film, if you're curious to see how that went, the video's up here. To demystify this mysterious, crazy, black magic, witchcraft, potion brewing, Breaking Bad, potluck of chemicals, which is film photography. So film is made of a couple liquids that are layered on top of each other. First is the film base. Then a few layers are added on top, and that is all called celluloid. In that celluloid are what's called silver halide crystals. And these silver halide crystals react to, you guessed it, light. So we've established film is a 7-layer bean dip of chemicals, and the silver halide crystals layered inside is what's actually reacting to the light. So where do we get said light? That brings us to the camera and lens. So the light then travels through a lens, and the lens basically acts as a small little projector that casts this image onto the film. And if you're nerdy like me, you might have wondered, wait a second, lenses are round, they're circles. And basically what happens is that projected image actually overextends quite a bit over that film, and the camera has a rectangular hole which acts as a stencil for the light. So yeah, if we really wanted to, pictures could have been circles. So the light is then beamed onto the film. The film then reacts to the light, and it basically gets a sunburn, for lack of a better term. So yeah, if you were ever on the beach and you missed a spot with the sunscreen, or parts of you were in the shade, the most intense part of the sunlight is where you're going to be burned the most. The image that's imprinted is the opposite of what actually happened. So if there's very little light,
so is that what a negative is? Oh,
the film could look like it's almost completely empty, and that's why it's called a film negative.
Oh,
since film can have
I called it. Fuck's sake.
Light, also known as IS.
Fuck's sake. I was wondering if like that's why it's called a negative. Hold on, I want to go back. I want to hear him talk about it again. Because sometimes, most times, I need to listen to people say things multiple times for me to absorb it.
Onto the film. The film then reacts to over that film, and the camera has a rectangular hole which acts as a stencil for the light. So yeah, if we really wanted to, pictures could have been circles. So the light
circle cinema timeline would be wild.
The film then reacts to the light, and the light is then beamed onto the film. The film then reacts to the light, and it basically gets a sunburn, for lack of a better term.
But like, how does an object, like, how does it know what object to burn onto the film? I don't understand.
Acts as a stencil for the light. So yeah, if we really wanted to, pictures could have been circles. So the light is then beamed onto the film. The film then reacts to the light, and it basically gets a sunburn, for lack of a better term. So yeah, if you were ever on the beach and you missed a spot with the sunscreen, or parts of you were in the shade, the most intense part of the sunlight is where you're going to be burned the most. The image that's imprinted is the opposite of what actually happened. So if there's very little light and there's nothing to react to, the film could look like it's almost completely empty. And that's why it's called a film negative. So since film can have different sensitivities to light, also known as ISO, the lower the number, the less sensitive, and the higher the number, the more sensitive to light. But then you get grain. You can see the visible chunks in there that are reacting to the light. So if it's a lower sensitivity, like 50 ISO, you may need to cook the photo longer, if that makes sense, or overexpose it to light. And basically that's where the camera comes in, and that's where you manipulate your...
Yeah, because I have a, what's it called? Not a Dyson. That's a vacuum cleaner. I have a, what's it called? I have a Canon 4000D, I think it's called. And like, although like I love it, and like, you know, I love like having like a physical camera, I have no idea what like 99% of the settings do. I never knew what ISO was until now.
Shutter speed and like cook the photo longer, if that makes sense, or overexpose it to light. And basically that's where the camera comes in, and that's where you manipulate your shutter speed and aperture. So really the film has a threshold of the lowest amount of light it can handle and the highest amount of light it can handle. And what you're doing with your camera and the actual light that's outside is kind of bracketing a certain area within that range. So as you mess with shutter speed and aperture, that's how you're targeting being over, under, or perfectly exposed, which really just means you got what you wanted, rather than ending up with stuff like this, where it's underexposed or too overexposed. All right, so you're done with your film. What happens in the camera now? And some of you may be unfamiliar, but you rewind that spool of film back into itself, where it
oh my god, you know what I miss is Kodak cameras. I assume they're still like, they're still being used by someone in the world, like some photography buffs in the world, but I grew up with Kodak cameras, as in like the ones that like you have to like physically like put the film into it, and when you want to take one picture you have to go like screet, 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 and take a picture. So like if you ever watch, if you didn't grow up with those kind of cameras and you watch Shaun of the Dead and you see that one scene where Ed is taking the picture of the zombie and he goes like screet, screet, screet with the camera, you didn't grow up with those cameras, you'll be a bit confused, but Shaun of the Dead. But like, as someone who grew up with those, that made me laugh a lot. Camera scene. I guess I'll just put garden scene.
Increasing number of reports.
Panics in the streets of London. Is this it? Yeah. Yeah, this is it. I grew up with cameras like that, and if you ever wanted to take just one picture, you had to like wind it up for like a good while. But I realize as someone who grew up with like digital cameras, you probably wouldn't get this joke, maybe, but yeah, that's what that is.
To its cute little... What happens in the camera now? And some of you may be unfamiliar, but you rewind that spool of film back into itself, where it is back into its cute little home where the light won't touch it anymore. The film is then developed, and that basically deactivates the light sensitivity so that when you pull out the film again, you don't ruin everything you just did. That process kind of locks in everything that happened to the film. So we then take a picture of this picture and we flip everything digitally, which then turns the negative into a positive, and that's how you get your image. So then you may be wondering...
Yeah, I was wondering, because like, I was saying about like the negative and positive thing. I know that like, I was wondering if by negative and positive it meant like, because I mentioned like the canvas thing, like there's negative space around it. I was also thinking like, in Photoshop there's like a setting where you can like make a picture negative or positive, like you can invert it to make it like the opposite colours of what it is. I guess that's what a negative and a positive is. Shaun of the Dead is a very good movie. It's an understatement, brother. My brain isn't braining with this video. True, to be honest, I'm not fully understanding a lot of what is happening. I keep forgetting what I was doing. I opened my fridge 4 times already. Maybe put the video down while you're trying to get your food. My favourite part is that the terms are the same even though everything is digital now. We still refer to filming and photography with terms of physical film. Yeah, like, I mean, it's like how, you know, what am I thinking? Off the top of my head, it's like how we have like a mouse, like an animal mouse, and then we have the digital mouse. I can't think of another example because my brain also isn't braining. But I at least want to let this man finish his
What about
speak.
Before scanners and cameras? What did we do then? To make prints or enlarge photos, you'd basically do what's called darkroom printing. You would take the negative and project light through it onto a much larger piece of paper, we'll just call it paper, and that light-sensitive sheet reacts inversely to the negative. That's how you enlarge pictures, that's how you get prints of them. Sheesh, I do not envy that ridiculous process, but you know, there's still people out there today who do that. There's actually color positive film out there too, which is also known as slide film. Slide film, it's the exact opposite. It also has a crazy voodoo chemical mix of dark magic that actually produces a normal positive image, which is really cool. Back in the day when people wanted to share their photos with people, rather than having tons of very small prints that were tedious to go through, you could then use a projector and project those images onto the wall, and boom, there's your Sunday afternoon. It does have some downsides, as there's a lot of limitation in how much you can edit said photos and manipulate them, but the positives were that you could share these in real time on a pretty big scale, and they're also just pretty cool. So if you're bored and want to mix things up, color positive film or slide film is definitely a fun thing to mess around with.
If you can afford it.
Well, congrats if you made it to the end of this video. If you like this video,
brother, I didn't understand most of the things you said, but thank you nonetheless. So is that photochemical film then? Photochemical film. I feel like I should. Let's go on frickin' Wikipedia again. No, you know what? Wikipedia isn't the best source because anyone can edit Wikipedia. The chemistry of photographic film. God, my eyes. When the debate between... Wait, hold on. Let me put like a filter over this for people watching this in the dark. There. Okay. The Chemistry of Photographic Film by Oliver Spicer. When the debate between shooting on film or with digital cameras is brought up, similar arguments are always cited. Physical film has a desirable grain that gives every frame a sense of liveliness, a different range of colours and contrasts more comparable to the human eye, and its irreversibility combined with high cost leads to every take having a sense of importance, whereas digital cameras are easier to learn due to their instant results. The low cost of storage means more to take things right, and the digital formats produced are easier to edit with and distribute. Yeah, I mean, I know earlier I said, like, I like, what do you call it? I like physical film. I like the concept of physical film more than digital, but, like, if I am to make a film, it will be digital because I'm broke as shit. However, there are many aspects of photographic film that are completely incomparable to digital. For instance, when resolution is discussed in the digital format, it corresponds to the number of rows and columns of pixels that make up the picture, whilst film is formed from an irregular... Wait, what? Oh my god. I feel like it's too late in the night for me to be reading this, but I'm doing it anyway. Okay. There are many aspects of photographic film that are completely incomparable to digital. For instance, when resolution is discussed in the digital format, it corresponds to the number of rows and columns of pixels that make up the picture, whilst film is formed from an irregular pattern of differently sized crystals that has no fixed resolution. Excuse me. Furthered by the fact that each size and sensitivity of film stock has a varied amount of size crystals. Huh. So is that why, like, IMAX is such high quality? Because it doesn't have like it has like so many crystals, like way more than like a digital film. You sound tired, want some coffee? No, I don't want coffee. I want to be sleepy. It's 5 a.m. This is supposed to be a cozy stream. Also, coffee makes me extremely anxious. And shit. Therefore, to fully understand their differences, a look behind the structure and chemical process of film is required, offering a more detailed insight into the differences and what made film function before the transition to digital formats at the turn of the 21st century. What is film made of? Film consists of a long strip of frames, with each frame formed from a mixture of silver halide crystals suspended in liquid gelatin, spread on top of thin transparent plastic. Although commonly referred to as an emulsion, this mixture is actually a colloid, small insoluble solids inside a liquid, as if the crystals were grains of mustard suspended in a salad dressing. What the fuck does that mean? A silver atom. These crystals are where the important reactions take place in the film. Formed from silver halide compounds, silver is a transition metal located in the center of the periodic table. It has a lot of variety of applications from medicine to jewelry, but is most useful here due to its single electron on its outer shell. Okay. A halide is a compound formed with halogens, group 7 on the periodic table, that includes elements such as bromine, most common for film, chlorine and iodine. Group 7 elements also mean they have 7 electrons swirling around the outer shell. Do these things only mix with silver because of the single electron on the outer belt? Is that what it's saying? Electrons, small negative particles, very important in reactions, in atoms are organized into shells, groups of the same energy that orbit around the central nucleus. Individual atoms aim to gain a fuller outer shell to become more stable, with the halogen requiring one more electron to add to its 7 others, and still wanting to lose one to make it so. This means when silver and halogen are together, silver gives 1 electron to the halogen to satisfy their mutual desire for full outer shells. I'm so confused. However, due to the charge of electrons, the silver becomes positive due to losing a negative charge, and the halogen becomes negative due to gaining a negative charge. These charged atoms are called ions, and the silver and halogen will attract each other due to being opposite. Brother, this is... Okay, I think this is beyond me. This is just... I think we need to pull back a little, because this is... Oh. Goodness. Very... Oh. Oh. My brain is not braining with things like that. It's interesting, don't get me wrong, but like, it's nearly 6 a.m. for me. I am curious to look up about, because thinking about like the first film makes me think of the footage of the man on the horse footage. I was trying to look up the footage of the man on the horse, like one of the first films, and I remembered that this video exists. Horse kicks tree, farts on dogs, then runs away. Guys, it's because of these filmmakers that we were able to have a video such as this. You don't see this in Uma Musume. I love this video. That isn't even what I meant. Yeah, truthful advertising, no clickbait here. It did exactly what it said on the tin. What is it called? What the fuck? What is that thumbnail? Jesus Christ. This is... Ugh, this is not what I meant. Hold on, let me try look up like a different way of saying it. Okay. On my bridge, that's it. So yeah, this is also classed as like one of the first films. The Horse in Motion by Edward Muybridge. I really love like the wait, how many frames is this? It's only like 20 frames. Not even 20, it's 16 frames. That's crazy. I want to look up about Edward Muybridge. Why is it all these like pioneer filmmakers all are like old white men with white beards? I used to use this as the base for an animator project back in the day. Oh really? Nice. I mean, yeah, it's basically like a looping GIF. How did he record it from the side? Like so perfectly from the side like that? Was he on like a dolly while recording it? Edward Muybridge was born in Kingston upon Thames, England. Oh, he's British! Bro, the horse cinematographer's British. To John and Susanna Muggeridge. At the age of 20, he immigrated to the United States as a bookseller. Wait. At the age of 20, he immigrated to the United States as a bookseller, first to New York City, then to San Francisco. In 1860, he planned a return trip to Europe, but suffered serious head injuries en route in a stage crash in Texas. Jesus. He spent the next few years recuperating in Kingston upon Thames, where he took up professional photography, learned the wet plate collodion process, what the heck is that, and secured at least 2 British patents for his inventions. He returned to San Francisco in 1867, a man with a markedly changed personality. Is that because of like his head injury? Or because he learned photography? In 1868, he exhibited large photographs of Yosemite Valley and began selling popular stereographs of his work. His great breakthrough came in 1872 when he was hired by a wealthy American businessman and former California governor Leland Stanford, who later founded Stanford University. Oh, okay. Stanford was interested in whether horses lifted all legs off the ground at once during trotting, and Muybridge was engaged to take photographs to settle the point. Although the experiment proved inconclusive at the time, Muybridge was re-engaged for further photographic studies in 1878. I love this, like, another example of, like, one of the first films happening not because someone wanted to make a film, but because they wanted to prove something in science. So, in the previous one with Pierre Janssen, he took a video. He made like a 5-second video of a bunch of frames of Venus passing over the sun, and that was like a scientific thing. It wasn't like him wanting to make like a story or anything. And in this case, Stanford was interested in the biology of whether a horse lifts all its legs on the ground when it's running. So this guy helped him out by recording it, and recording someone running on a horse, by recording a horse running to see if it happened, and that just became one of the first films. Using a battery of 12 cameras set side by side. Oh, so he wasn't on like a dolly, he just had like several cameras set up. Interesting. Using a battery of 12 cameras set side by side and a specially marked fence along the racetrack to pinpoint the horse's precise movements, Muybridge effectively created the first true study of motion. That's so sick. Though I feel like that's something that you can only do if you like have several cameras. I mean, like, obviously, like, we can do that now, but brother was probably rolling in it to get 12 cameras. God damn. Good for him though. Muybridge effectively created the first true study of motion. By January 1880, he invented supraxiscope to project his famous chronophotographic pictures in motion, and thus proved that these were authentic. The project used glass discs onto which Muybridge had an unidentified artist paint the sequences as silhouettes. Let's have that. It's an unidentified artist. Like, we don't even know like who the jockey is on the horse. That's like where the kind of concept of Nope came from, probably in the first place. Was like, I mean, like, literally it talks about like no one knows who the jockey is on the horse, and in Nope they like say like, oh, that's our great 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 grandfather. There's another great. Oh, but obviously, like, it's not true. It's just made up for the story. Later, his more detailed images were hand-coloured and marketed commercially. A device he developed was later regarded as an early movie projector, and the process was an intermediate stage toward motion pictures or cinematography. From 1893 to 1896, he entered a very productive period at the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, producing over 100,000 images of animals and humans in motion. Holy shit. That's so cool. And I wonder what kind of motions humans were doing. first fans. Brother was the pioneer of fans. No OnlyFans. Basically shared the idea that pictures sequence can imitate motion. Yeah. In his later years, Muybridge gave many public lectures and demonstrations of his photography and early motion picture sequences, travelling frequently in England and Europe to publicise his work in cities such as London and Paris. He also edited and published compilations of his work, some of which are still in print today, which greatly influenced visual artists and the development of scientific and industrial photography. He retired to his native England permanently in 1894. In 1904, the year of his death, the Kingstonian Museum opened in his hometown and continues to house a substantial collection of his work in a dedicated gallery. Nice. Spouse Flora Shellcroston. Children Florida Helios Muybridge. Parents John Muggeridge, Susanna Muggeridge. And some trivia. Pictured on one of a set of 4 32-cent US commemorative postage stamps honouring pioneers of communication, issued 22nd of February. I wonder if that's why, this is like really random, but I wonder if that's why Edgar Wright had a character say that their birthday was 22nd of February in Hot Fuzz. Because of I don't know, it's probably just a coincidence. Also honoured in the set are William K. L. Dixon, Otmar Mergenthaler, inventor of the linotype machine, and Frederick Eugene Ives, inventor of the half-ton photographer printing process. He invented the still camera array, which predates the motion picture camera and would later be repopularized in The Matrix 1999. Wait, what? He invented the still camera array, which predates the motion picture camera. Wait, what? He invented the still camera array. Oh, wait. No, I get it. So, okay, so I'm assuming, based on this trivia, that for The Matrix, you know the scene where he's jumps in the air and it like does like a camera rotate around the character while he's like in the midair. I assume they had several cameras set up in a circular motion around the character to capture this movement, inspired by Muybridge. Interesting. He changed his name several times. Yeah, I was gonna say, because his parents are called Mugbridge, but his name is Muybridge. He changed his name several times. He adopted the first name Edward as the original Anglo-Saxon form of Edward, and the surname Muybridge, believing it to be similarly archaic. Muybridge returned to San Francisco on 13th of February 1867, a changed man. Friends and associates stated that he changed from a smart and pleasant businessman into an eccentric artist, and could hardly recognise him. I mean, to be fair, that's, you know, obviously I'm not like a doctor or whatever, but if he had like a very serious head injury, in some cases, like, people can completely have their personalities changed based on like brain trauma. So I mean, that kind of makes sense. But you know, he could have just been very inspired by film. I don't know. Zoopraxiscope had been one of the primary inspirations for Thomas A. Edison and William K. L. Dickinson's kinetoscope, the first commercial film exhibition system. At the Chicago World's Columbian Exposition of 1893, Muybridge presented a series of lectures and used his zoopraxiscope to show he was moving pictures to a paying public in the zoopraxisgraphical hall. The hall was the first commercial movie theatre. He was influenced by and in turn influenced the French photographer Etienne Jules Marie. In 1881, he visited Marie's studio in France. and viewed his stop motion studies before heading to the US to further his own work in the same area. So yeah, this guy also didn't make any movies, but he made like short studies that did become like the like first movies. So interesting. Yeah, that is the idea. Yeah, I love that. I love when like people return to the roots of like film and anime. Like for example, I love stop motion because it's like such an old medium, but like when people use it still to this day, it makes me so happy, because in some ways stop motion is like a dying form of art, but it makes me really happy when people use it in their movies and media, because it, you know, people clearly don't want it to die, and that makes me very relieved. You know, in a world of AI and CGI, it makes me happy that there are still a lot of people in the world that want to keep art alive. Not that CGI isn't art, because I do appreciate CGI in some instances, but I'm a very practical girl. I'm a very practical girlie. I'm curious, like, because when I think of like the first people on film, I think of like mime artists or like clowns. First clown. I'm gonna look it up on Google actually. Why were mimes first? I assume mimes and clowns were like first used in film because they're very like, you know how like in the movie where like we just watched where they go to the moon, they're very like expressive, and I mean like miming is literally like like being very physical with your body language, and back then like a lot of movies were like not stop motion, silent films, so that's probably why they were like used a lot. But I never like stop motion is amazing. While it's not popular, it probably never truly die because it is so distinct. That and every Lego animation of it, yeah. I never made like Lego animations, but I think you're right that stop motion will never die because it is just one of the most like distinct thing, like distinct like ways to like view like a moving image. Why were mimes first used in movies? Oh, my neck hurts. What does the Bible say about mimes? I guess I'll look on Wikipedia maybe. I don't know, I just like the dark mode. Oh. Okay. A mime artist, or simply mime, from Greek mimos, or imitator, actor, is a person who uses mime, also called pantomime, outside of Britain, the acting out of a story through body motions without the use of speech, as a theatrical medium or as a performance art. In earlier times in English, such a performer would typically be referred to as a mummer. Okay. Mummy mime. Miming is distinguished from silent comedy, in which the artist is a character in a film or skit without sound. Yeah, okay. Wait, does that mean that you could basically call like all the like rocket scientist men from the Adventure to the Moon movie we just watched mimes? because they're all like very physical and they don't like say anything. To be fair, they could say something, but there was no sound. Jacques Coppé, strongly influenced by Commedia dell'arte and Japanese no theatre, used masks in the training of his actors. His pupil Etienne Decroux was highly influenced by this, started exploring and developing the possibilities of mime, and developed corporeal mime into a highly sculptural form, taking it outside the realms of naturalism. Jacques Lecoq contributed significantly to the development of mime and physical theatre with his training methods. As a result of this, the practice of mime has been included in the list of intangible cultural heritage elements in France since 2017. I swear so much of this that we've looked into is originates from France. Forms of mime originates at its earliest in ancient Greece. The name is taken from a single masked dancer called pantomimus. Although performances were not necessarily silent, the first recorded mime was Telestes in the play Seven Against Thebes by Aeschylus. Tragic mime was developed by Pylades of Cilicia. Comic mime was developed by Bathyllus of Alexandria. So there's different types of mimes. Tragic mime was developed by Pylades of Cilicia. Comic mime was developed by Bathyllus of Alexandria. Mimus was an aspect of Roman theatre from its earliest times. Talking about Roman history is making me think oh god, Delta would probably be able to help us here. Let's see. Mimus was an aspect of Roman theatre from its earliest times, paralleling the Italian farce in its improvisation without the latter's stock characters. It gradually began to replace the Atellani as its improvisation, if without the latter's stock characters. It gradually began to replace that. Oh wait, I think in my tired state I'm becoming a bit dyslexic and reading the same line over and over. Oh, also my neck hurts. It gradually began to replace the atelier as interludes in volume, while after pieces, exodium and the main theatre stages became the sole dramatic event at the Floralia in the 2nd century BC, and in the following century received technical advances at the hands of Publilius Cyrus, and Decimus Liberius, who used expressions, situations, and titles of Plautus comedies. Under the empire, mime became the predominant Roman theatre, Roman drama. If, with mixed fortunes under different emperors, Trajan banished mime artists, Caligula favoured them, Marcus Aurelius made them priests of Apollo, Nero himself acted as a mime. Nero? Wasn't Nero crazy? Or am I misremembering? Your eye stalks are starting to droop, probably is making it hard to read. They're getting trapped under the blanket and they're drooping everywhere, they're so tired. We'll go to bed in a little bit, okay? I just want to read some more about this. The mime was distinguished from other dramas by its absence of masks and by the presence of female as well as male performers. Women mimes? Women performers? Holy shit. Stock characters. Yeah, because in a lot of old theatrical productions, female characters were played by men. Women weren't in plays at all. It was just men in dresses for some reason. I don't know why. Stock characters included the lead. Not that there's anything wrong with men in dresses, I just don't know why they didn't include women. Probably sexism. It's where a lot of things lie in history. Stock characters included the lead are Archimedes, the stooge or stupidus, and the gigolo. Wait, what? Stock characters included the lead, the stooge or stupidus, and the gigolo or cultus adulterer in the mimicilla type or jealous man. What? I'm so worried about looking this up. Yeah, this is a gigolo is a male prostitute. This is talking about for theatrical stage. In film, before the work of Etienne de Creux, there was no major treatise on the art of mime, and so any recreation of mime as performed prior to the 20th century is largely conjecture, based on interpretation of diverse sources. However, the 20th century also brought a new medium into widespread usage, the motion picture. The restrictions of early motion picture technology meant that stories had to be told with minimal dialogue. Yeah, this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. Like, I assumed that miming was used in films because they had to have silent films. They used silent films, so they needed to basically mime a lot with over accentuated body language and no dialogue. Or minimal dialogue, which is largely restricted to intertitles. Yeah, intertitles is like, it's used in like black and white silent movies where it's like they talk and then like a credit pops up. Not a credit, like a subtitle. Yeah. This often demanded a highly stylized form of physical acting, largely derived from the stage. Thus, mime played an important role in films prior to advent of talkies, films with sound or speech. Oh, so mime played an important role in films prior to advent of... Wait, so like current movies and media are called talkies because they have like actual like sounded talking. It's so funny. The mimetic style of film acting was used to great effect in German expressionist film. Silent film comedians like Charlie Chaplin, Harold Lloyd, and Buster Keaton learned the craft of mime in the theatre, but through film they had a profound influence on mimes working in live theatre decades after their deaths. Indeed, Chaplin may be the best documented mime in history. I guess I never thought of like Charlie Chaplin and like Harold Lloyd and such being mimes, but yeah, it does make sense now that you think about it. Like growing up, like studying like drama and theatre in my education, I felt like a mime specifically had to be someone that was like in like black and white like clown paint, but like it does make sense when you think about it that like Charlie Chaplin, Harold Lloyd, Buster Keaton were mimes because they had to be like very theatrical with their bodies. They couldn't talk because there was no sound. It was just like music in the actual film. Hence the silent movie name. And yeah. I never really thought of it like that. Indeed, Charlie Chaplin may be the best documented mime in history. Harpo Marx of the Marx Brothers comedy team continued the mime tradition in the sound film era. His famous French comedian, writer, and director Jacques Tati achieved his initial popularity working as a mime, and his later films had only minimal dialogue, relying instead on many subtle, expertly choreographed visual gags. Tati, like Chaplin before him, would mime out the movements of every single character in his films and ask his actors to repeat them. It's so funny. Wait, so when Charlie Chaplin was like directing a movie, he like would act out what he wanted the actors to do and then they had to copy him. Interesting. Oh, my jaw's kind of hurting. Rowan Atkinson. Yeah, I guess now that I think about it, yeah, I guess Rowan Atkinson is a mime. I never thought of this. Holy shit, my brain is like warping. But yeah, like I grew up watching Mr. Bean, and Mr. Bean. So Rowan Atkinson played a character called Mr. Bean, who's like very expressive, like a very expressive character, but like he like never talks. Like his like comedy is very physical. But like I never thought of him being a mime, but yeah, I guess when you think about it, yeah, he is a mime. My brain. Wait, who else is a mime? David Bowie? Really? I mean, to be fair, I don't know much about David Bowie. Who else is classed as a mime? Benny Hill, I guess. So many names that I don't know. I'm just trying to like read through it to see if there's anyone else I know. Gene Sheldon. Sheldon Cooper. Steam-powered giraffe. What? Steam-powered giraffe is an American musical project. Self-described as a musical act that combines robot, pantomime, puppetry, ballet, comedy, projections, and music. Interesting. Daniel Stein. Tick and Talk. Tick and Talk. I thought Tick and Talk was like, there's like this like video of like this girl, like these twins acting out like these characters. Tick and Talk. Mimes are an old performance style that worked well for early films, also great for horror movie monsters. Yeah, for real. I love when like the horror movie monster doesn't talk and it just like moves really like weirdly. Fiction or mime artists. Art the Clown. Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime. Oh yeah, wait, Art the Clown is a mime? Would you say that like mimes are clowns? I haven't actually watched Terrifier, I'm gonna be real. I want to though, but like I never get around to movies very fast. Like, for example, I don't know when I'm gonna watch that ASMR horror movie that came out recently, but I want to. But like there's already like a third Terrifier movie out and I haven't even seen the first one. But I want to, just because I've heard people say like it's really gory, and I'm curious about like how gory it is, because I've had people tell me that like there's like certain movies that are like the goriest they've ever seen, and then I watch it and it's like not really that bad. So I'd be curious to watch this. Oh, my jaw hurts. If the clown doesn't talk, they're a mime. I mean, I guess, but like he's called Art the Clown, so I don't know. I don't know if he talks either. I haven't watched it. A clown's mimes. I'm gonna look this up. And then I'm gonna go to bed because my jaw is like really hurting. This is what happens when you yap for too long, Sluggies. Ow. Do you hear that? That's my jaw. That's what happens when you yap for too long. Oh, mimes, clowns. Fuck, that hurts. Recently, like, my jaw has been like clicking really bad on the left, but this is like on the right now. Ouch. I'm gonna try yawn. Maybe stretching my jaw will help the pain go away. Nope, it still hurts. Ow, fucking hell. Please take it easy, Mimi. I mean, I've been taking it easy this whole stream. It's literally just because I'm talking a lot. My jaw hinges are just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Does she ever stop talking? So what are the 4 types of clowns? Oh my fucking... It hurts so bad. Oh my god. How have I I've been talking so much that my jaw is like physically, literally hurting. Ow. Ow. Oh my god. Oh. Jesus Christ. I think I have to end the stream because this like actually really hurts. Oh. Oh. Do you hear that? Oh. Oh. Nothing's really giving me a proper answer. I guess this sigh will give me the right answer and then I'll go to bed. I just want an answer. Oh, even my ear hurts. What the fuck have I been doing? The short answer is no, but the long answer is yes. That doesn't help me at all, bro. Mimes are their own genre, kind or species if you like, but on the other hand, clowns, as many other alike actors and dancers, take a lot of influences and bases from mimes. So a clown can be silent and not speak a word. A clown can have a white face, makeup. Is almost similar to classic white face makeup. A clown can be a mass of his body. But nonetheless, a clown will be a clown, a mime will be a mime. Clown is not a mime, clown can be huh? So the answer is both yes and no. Oh. Clown can become a mime and use clown principles in his mime performance, and a mime can become a clown and use his mime tricks to enhance his clown performance. And many famous clowns are great mimes, and also many mimes are great clowns. I see. So like one uses the tricks of the other, and the other uses the tricks of the latter. Interesting. I think I'm gonna leave it there for today, because like I just, my jaw, man. Oh, I'll go get some rest and get some ice. I don't have any ice. It's summer. It's spring. It's been too hot to make ice. I don't have any. Also rest. Yeah, I'll rest. I'll rest. I'll try at least. I've been on a bit of a clown binge recently, haven't I? I literally watched, I've been rewatching the It movies over and over again, and I've been watching the Welcome to Derry TV show. To be honest, the TV show's kind of meh. The CGI is so bad. In some cases, it looks even worse than the finale of Stranger Things, which is saying a lot. But I don't know, I've just really been enjoying, like, I don't know. I've just been, like, thinking a lot about clowns recently. I mean, like, clowns are, like, you know, I'm a cinema girl, right? And clowns are like the OG cinematics. Cinephiles. If you don't know what a cinephile is, it's someone who's just obsessed with movies. That's me, I'm a cinephile. I guess if I was a clown, I'd be a clinophile. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this stream for today. I'm gonna briefly get out of bed just to say goodnight. Let me shloop. Come forward, Mimi. Come to the dark side, Mimi. We have cinema. Come, Mimi, come to the dark side. We have film trivia. Did you say film trivia? I love film trivia. I'm trying to get closer to the camera, but it's really hard. Which is the square that brings me closer, bro? This one? This one? I don't know which one brings me closer. I can't, bro, I can't. I just want to say a proper good night to my Sluggies. Or good morning, depending on your time zone, I guess. Just want to say a proper good night to my Sluggies. We're getting closer, ladies and squirms. Oh. Damn. 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 Oh, I figured it out, I think. I figured it out. Okay. This'll do. I just need to rotate a bit. Get rotated, idiot. Oh. Oh god, my eyes. This is what happens when you talk about movies and things too much. Your brain. This is your brain on movies. Sluggies. Pew, 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 bam, bam, bum, 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 Hold on. Let me actually face you. I'm thinking me, ooh, ooh. I'm thinking me, ooh, ooh. I don't know what my hand is doing, by the way, in case you're wondering. I'm reenacting old PewDiePie videos. You want bro fist? You want a bro fist? Wait. You want a bro fist? How come when I bring my hand up it goes away? You know, I thought I fixed like my arms earlier, but then I changed the bone offset a little and it kind of fucked it again. I do think the way to fix this is to have like the bone offset, like the perfect rotation, but like I don't know what rotation to have that at. Okay. Sluggies. Here comes the bro fist. Here it comes. Oh no, I hit myself in the face with the bro fist. Here comes the slow fist. Oh, my shoulder cracked. Guys, I'm falling apart. My jaw is cracking. My shoulder's smacking. My fist is clapping myself in the face. I think I have to end stream before I hurt myself. Oh Jesus, I'm so sorry. I'm sure a lot of you are not sorry though. Jesus, I look like that one character in South Park that's like Cartman's girlfriend, where she's like just like a face and massive tits. Anyway, y'all, good night. Thank you for hanging with me for the past like 5 hours to talk about absolute cinema. I still can't do like the hand pose. Like my arm bones in this 3D model are still fucked. Like it's definitely this model because in RaiLive, the software I use for my hand tracking, the model that I'm looking at on my phone works perfectly. Like it follows what I'm doing perfectly, but this model is broken. I give up. Anyway, Sluggies, thank you so much for hanging with me tonight. I really appreciate you. I hope you had a nice time hanging out with me. No, I'm kidding, sorry. Again, thank you for listening to me yap, snap, snail yap for the past like 5 hours about cinema and the amazing people that made a lot of cinema possible. Obviously I can't go over everyone, or my jaw would actually fall off like that one skeleton in Corpse Bride, you know, in the church where his jaw actually breaks off. My jaw would snap off. I'm worried my jaw's gonna snap off if I continue any longer. But thank you guys for being here. I was gonna fall asleep on stream, but I think I need to like move everything back to my bed and sleep normally so my jaw can fix itself. I hope you guys have a great rest of your wee morning, wee afternoon, wee evening, wee night. If you didn't know, I'm currently doing alternate days, so I'm not streaming tomorrow/today because I streamed today. Tomorrow/today I'm doing either a YouTube or a Patreon upload, so I'll be offline, but I'm still uploading something, so I look forward to that. And then the day after I'll be streaming, the day after I'll be doing an upload, the day after that I'll be doing a stream, so forth. I should really make a tweet with this information, but I'm slow. Yeah, good night, much love, thank you, I appreciate it. I appreciate all of y'all who have been hanging out this whole time, and if you've been chilling while I've been yapping, I hope that it's been nice and comfy for you. That's basically what I wanted this stream to be, was just a positive talk about the wonderful people in cinema, the wonderful technology of cinema, and you're wonderful too, and you're my cinema. I snuff you. I don't know what my hand's doing. I'm vibe checking you. Your vibes are sleepy and cozy. Hope you have a nice rest, whatever you're doing. And I'll see you later, whether it's on Twitter, on here, or on Patreon. I snub you. Much love. Sorry that my hand looks like it's about to punch you, it's really not. Anyway, Oyasumi, good night. Oyasumi. Wish me luck in fixing my jaw and my neck. I'm dying. I'm gonna sing. Oyasumi.